Benvingudes i benvinguts al...
Welcome, everybody, to day 2 of the Time Use Week. We have a day full of talks, which I expect will be equally interesting. I'll just briefly outline what to expect for today, and we'll open the floor for the first session. We're going to have a bit of a change of tack. This session is titled Time Policies, Normativity and Diversity in Culture. We're going to have a philosophical and different perspective on time to help us imagine the different things, which is sometimes a good thing. Next, we have a session on data on time uses in order to develop innovative policies. After that, we'll have a coffee break. Then we'll have the General Assembly of the Local and Regional Governments Time Network. In parallel, for researchers based in Catalonia, there will be another session in a separate room to discuss time use, the time use survey we will shortly have here in Catalonia. Then we'll have lunch, and we'd like to encourage you to stay on after lunch for an in-depth workshop on how to design time policies from a cross-cutting perspective. We will finish that at 3:30. Without further ado, we hope you will enjoy today, and I'd like to introduce Xavier Bassas, the first speaker this morning. He's a philosopher, he teaches at the University of Barcelona, and he belongs to the Institute of Suspended Time.
Bon dia, se sent bé?
Good morning, can you hear me? Good morning, everybody. And thank you for coming. I would like, of course, to begin by thanking the organizers for their initiative, Marta Junque in particular, since she invited me, but also Ariadna, Silvia, and Mark, the organizing team, who have made it possible for me to be here and to share with you my considerations. This presentation will be about 45 minutes long, but I hope it will open you up to other times beyond minutes and hours. And I hope that the syntagm, the right to time, that has brought us here together, the phrase right to time, will actually acquire a deeper meaning for you. I'm Xavier Bassa. I'm in the Institute of French Thought, and I'm together with Raquel Friera, who was unable to join us here today. I am the co-founder of the Institute of Suspended Time, which is sort of at the convergence of politics and philosophy and others. I'll briefly tell you about the Institute later on. Last week, we were also invited to the Time Use Week. The Institute of Suspended Time, this project that involves art and philosophy, had a short exhibition on times, the politics of time, literature, art, whatever, and we also provided two advisory services, to consulting or counseling services or therapy services. The way there's therapy and there's counseling on all sorts of aspects. We provided counseling on time, so we listened to people discussing time. So a bit like an agony aunt, but in the case of time, dealing with time. So we talked to people. We were there for 3 days, I believe it was 3 days, and we identified an issue. Most of the people attending the Time Use Week were people who worked for government, people in public service, and people who were committed to the right to time, which is a crucial right today, as we know now. However, most of them were not aware of the work being done on the right to time and new policies on time in literature, philosophy, and contemporary art. And that's why this year, what we proposed to Marta was that she might provide us with this time slot so that we could summarize for you what has been done over the past, say, 50 years in political philosophy, in literature, and contemporary art around the issue of time. We have 30 or 40 works shown here regarding time. Most of the participants last year were not aware of them. People in public service should be aware of the politics of time from the perspective of culture, philosophy, literature, art, etc. And that is why what I'm offering you today is a series of quotations, a series of considerations based on written books that I hope will help you go deeper into the work being done in the Time Use Week by leveraging quotations from literature and art and the like. So all these quotes that I wanted to share with you in hopes of helping you go deeper into your task on philosophy of time. The political philosophy, three headings, political philosophy, literature, and philosophy. Let's start with critical thinking and political philosophy. I have titled this Denaturing Time, Politicizing Life. There is a French philosopher, Jacques Rancière, who wrote in 1981, The Night of the Proletarians, translated into Spanish in 2010 by Tinta Limón. All of my quotes are in Spanish because there is no Catalan translation for any of my quotes except for Marcel Proust. So all of the quotes I'm providing are Spanish translations. This Jacques Rancière book was published in 1980, and he tried to politicize time in life. He tried to convey the idea that if emancipation is possible, in his case, emancipation of proletarians, and in our case, emancipation of citizens from precariousness, emancipation should go via the recovery of stolen time, because currently, we are undergoing a radical and cruel expropriation of time in our life. And that is the basis of the right to time. Jacques Rancière said, and I quote, "The Night of Proletarians. This title shall not express a metaphor. The point here is not to remember the pain of slaves, the terrible, dreadful hovels, the brutality of bodies. We can apply this to current precariousness. We will not deal with this except through the look of the word, the reason, and the dreams of the characters in this book, who they are. Who are they? They are a few hundred proletarians who were in their 20s around 1830. That was the beginning of the industrial exploitation in France. At the time, they had each individually decided not to continue bearing the unbearable, which was not exactly terrible poverty, low wages, and very uncomfortable housing or hunger being there, but rather the fundamental pain of stolen time. And that is exactly the way we experience it. We all experience the pain of stolen time. So the pain of time stolen every day to work on timber or iron, to sew or to make shoes, with the only purpose of maintaining indefinitely the force of servitude, because we are subjected to the politics of this, as well not just servitude but also domination, the absurd humiliation of having to beg every day for that work where you lose your life. Then the weight of the others as well, those working at the workshop, showing themselves off as a cabaret Hercules, or the obsequiousness of good workers, hard workers outside waiting for a job that they would be happy to take from them. So this is a description taken from Jacques Rancière, and he describes how the exploitation of the past is the precariousness of the present, and it's all about stealing life, stealing time and life, which is stolen by the productivist system in which we live. The system in which we live is based on stealing people's time. And therefore, that is why we need the right to time. So what can we do about this? Here's another quote from the same book, which describes how these proletarians, male and female, achieved emancipation, how they reappropriated this expropriated, stolen time. The emancipation of workers in 1830 also provides a model that could help us today reclaim our time. So the idea is to carry out a series of emancipatory activities, activities that are not there in our agendas, activities that require some time but are not planned for in our temporal identity, our socio-employment identity. We belong to a social class, we belong to an employment sector, but we also have a temporal identity. Some people enjoy time more than others. So they might enjoy their work more than others. They might enjoy their time more than others. There's also such a thing as socio-temporal identity. Depending on where you are in the social and economic and time pyramid, you may enjoy your time more or less. And so we're used to the standard pyramid where the people at the top are the ones with the highest income and the ones at the bottom are the ones who have more precarious livings. Well, the same applies to time. At the top you have the people who have the most time, at the bottom the ones who have the least. What proletarians did at the time was to emerge from monochrony. That's another important concept in political philosophy. Emerge from the monochrony that the time-related philosophy was assigning them to. So workers, and many of us, are subject to the monochrony of working, and then maybe in the evening or at night, maybe a little bit of leisure, perhaps a sitcom, perhaps a little chatting with family or friends, and then go to bed, go to sleep, because you have to work the following day. So it's all about working and resting. That's our monochrony. And our resting is not enjoyment. It's, as people often say, it's about recharging your batteries so you can work harder the next day. That's what people say in September, don't they? You know, oh, we've recharged our batteries so we can really go for it now in September. So resting time is not about just resting, it's about recharging your batteries. So you're still within the productivist economy. The only time emancipation activities possible are the ones mentioned in this second quote. The proletarians would get up earlier to watch the sun rise. It wasn't ideal for them because they had to go work in a factory in tough conditions. Or else they would gather at night to write diaries or write poems. That is an enjoyment of time. That is an activity that is not assigned to you in your agenda or in your socio-temporal identity. It's the only way to emancipate oneself from monochrony. And that was how they they broke with monochrony. Proletarians were not supposed to write poems. They didn't have time to write diaries. They didn't have time to get up and watch the sunrise. But they made the effort to do it. It was the only way to be emancipated from their socio-temporal identity. So everyone now consider which emancipatory activities are the ones that are not provided for in your socio-temporal identity. Another reference, also within political philosophy, this looks in further depth at monochrony, monochronos, a single time. I have some books here. This is from a book called 24/7, and it discusses how the succession of work and rest, day and night, holidays and work, working days and weekdays and weekends is something you can't get out of. And in fact, there's a concept that's even more homogeneous, 24/7. 24/7, you are a producer within your time, your life. So, page 65. The omnipresence of 24/7 environments is one of the conditions for this flattening, homogenization of time. But 24/7 is not meant to be understood only as a homogeneous, unpleasant time, but also as an incapacitated, decrepit diachrony. There are differentiated times, apparently. Today is a working day, today is a holiday, today I'm working from 4 to 6 only. There are temporalities that are differentiated, but the range and depth of their distinction is becoming diminished. The older units, 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, subsist, but they are superimposed with other practices in time management that are made possible thanks to the networks and markets operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The digital world and the internet has obviously made it even more possible to live our lives 24/7. 24/7. That is a fact. So we need to be clear on that when we talk about the time of technology, which also bears discussing. So this flattening mentioned in the book 24/7 is linked to sleep. Sleep is the last bastion, the last fortress, the last holdout of time against homogenized monochrony. So the point here is not to sleep well or to sleep more. Yes, we do need to sleep more. We need to sleep well. If you go to a pharmacy nowadays, one of the sections that is always very visible and that is number 1 or number 2 in the anti-aging concept is capsules that will help you sleep at all or sleep better. If you go to a pharmacy, it's quite clear. Anti-aging is one big section, and then better sleep is another. And then, of course, you have tranquilizers. But in any case, the point is not. The point is to sleep better or sleep more, so you can recharge your batteries. That's not the point, according to Crary. The point is to understand that sleep determines time in your life. Sleep is the last biological bastion holding out against the productivist monochrony of 24/7. So sleep is a political act. Yeah, you might smile, but it is. Sleep as a political act, not only to recover your strength and work better, but by opposition to productivist time and to machine time. There's a difference between technique and technology. Technique is a hammer. You use it. But technology creates a new world and you get inside it. We are living in the world of technology. We live within its world and its temporality. And so sleep, as Crary tells us, is the last bastion holding out against this monochrony that we are all being subject to. And so sleep is about acceleration. Hartmut Rosa and Paul Virilio talk about acceleration. Hartmut Rosa, remedies for acceleration. Paul Virilio, the speed of acceleration. What he says is that democracies are not democracies but democracies. It's the power is to the fastest. It was also that way in ancient times. It was those who walked versus those who rode a horse. And now it's the same, 4G versus 5G. So instead of talking about democracy, we should talk about dromocracy. Drome is a Greek verb that refers to running, and so dromocracy is about the power of the sense of speed. Then we have sleep, Jonathan Crary, but there's also another tiny, funny book, a book that is well known in Catalonia and in Spain. El don de la siesta, the gift of the siesta, the gift of the nap. This book talks about naps, about napping as a way to respond to this machinic productivist time. Then we'll go to systemic time, chrononormativity. This is one of our battlegrounds, one of our top items on the agenda at the Institute of Suspended Time. So currently everything is based on expropriating time in our lives. There are acts of expropriation. We can depart from our socio-temporal identity to get out of the monochrony of holidays and work and rest time and work time, and also to get out of the 24/7 dynamic. The thing is, the 24/7 dynamic becomes the norm. It becomes the system. That's what we call chrononormativity. In today's world, we've all heard of heteronormativity, right? Well, I think words like chrononormativity should become a buzzword as well. People talk about other kinds of normativity, but they don't talk about chrononormativity. We at the Institute of Suspended Time have the job of trying to introduce these words into the vocabulary. Are you chrononormative? What does it mean to be chrononormative? If this word is brought into the vocabulary, then we'll have another tool to deal with people who is always stressed out in order to work harder or to go faster in every sphere in life. You can tell them, hey, don't be so chrononormative. So this word would be another tool for the struggle. And then we could also talk about chronodelinquents. We have a project which is a chronotemporal code about good and bad time practices. And so by introducing these words, we could be doing the symbolic word, the cross-cutting work done by feminism, for instance. We would be changing mindsets. Elizabeth Friedman, in Time Binds Queer Temporalities, tells us what chrononormativity is. It's this normative way of defining ways of experiencing time. She says, chrononormativity is a mode of implementation, a technique whereby institutional forces come to appear to be somatic events. In other words, the alternating 5 days of work, 2 days off, 11 months of work and 1 month of holidays, that it's become normalized. But all of these are imposed by institutions and by power. This is chrononormativity. the natural being, somatic being, or we are, or rather, it is the fact that things that actually have a socio-political basis become or appear to become somatic, appear to become some part and parcel of our body. So timetables, calendars, time zones, and even wristwatches are imbuing what the sociologist Evitar Zerubbabel calls hidden rhythms, ways of experiencing time that appear to be natural for those whom they benefit. Manipulations of time turn specific regimes of asymmetrical power into body routines and tempos that appear to be ordinary and in turn organize the value and meaning of time. We at the Institute of Suspended Time develop the idea of chrononormativity because we realize that any society, in order to establish itself as a society, needs some kind of time regime or time scheme. That was a fact in ancient times, and it is a fact now. Chrononormativity is needed for society. Society needs chrononormativity. There are certain rhythms in time that need to become normalized. And of course, chrononormativity evolves over time. It was one thing for the Greeks and the Romans, it was another in the Middle Ages in Europe, it was another, well, in the classic period, it was another in the industrial era, and it is different now in the digital era. Chrononormativity can change, time schemes can change, but there always has to be some kind of time scheme, otherwise you don't have a society. A better society would be one that would be aware of the fact that a time scheme is necessary but is not natural.
So we work on denaturalization. Now that would be to realize that we do need certain time schemes in order to all agree, but that's something that's imposed on us by power. But we need to know that these are not natural schemes. And if we realize that they're not natural schemes, then we know we can change them. How often do we find ourselves dehumanized, such as what we see now? So if we work on chrononormality, that is what we're looking for. We have to reflect upon sociology, on the dehumanization, and then be open to changes. If you're denaturalized, things are not natural. So it's not just something you have to put up with, like we say in Catalonia, that is what there is. You have to put up with it. No, this is just one specific scheme. It's not natural. Therefore, we can change it. So we need chrononormativity. Do we need time schemes? Yes, we do, but we do not need to naturalize them. So when we're confronted with chrononormativity, we are also trying to foster another word which should come into our everyday speech, which is chronodiversity. We've spoken a lot about functional diversity, cultural diversity, but why do we not talk about chronodiversity? Each and every one of us live in different times, don't we? This is key. We have different rhythms, not just according to a gender or social class, but also individually. So if we take that into account and we have chrononormativity and chromodiversity on the other hand, we can be open to other times. Science and quantum physics is the tool that we have today. From all the knowledge that we have, it is the strongest one in order to go against chrononormativity, and we all believe in science. Science has allowed us to make huge inroads, of course, that's undoubtable, and precisely science, the most cutting-edge science, quantum physics, with these two great representatives, Stephen Hawking and Carlo Rovelli, who's more current, they both declare that time does not exist. Time does not exist. So, if we look at the first quote here, we'll just say a few words about Stephen Hawking. We all know about the history of time from the Big Bang to the black holes. Everyone can look it up. It says in the general relativity theory, space and time are dynamic quantities. When a body moves or a force acts It affects the curve of space and time. And on the other hand, the structure of the space-time affects the way in which bodies move and forces act. Space and time do not just affect, but they're also in turn affected by everything that happens in the universe. So this is the basis of the theory of relativity, which opposes Newton's absolute time idea. So this means that time is not natural, and it's not something that is always there, everywhere, in the same way. Time is affected by other things, and time can change, and at least this can be affected by two basic coordinates. One is velocity, and the other one is gravity. And we have those typical examples. If you have an astronaut that's traveling at the speed of light for 3 years, and then after he comes back to Earth, where his twin brother was waiting for him, has this person aged more? Is he younger than the person who stayed back on Earth? Well, that's what it is. Well, this is a theory of quantum physics that says that the faster you travel, the slower does time move forward, because time is not an absolute value. It's not absolute. It's not just what there is. Time is a factor of speed, and the faster you go, time moves slower. It may be imperceptible, but that's so. So time is not something natural, what there is, and that is just not the dimension we find ourselves in. It's one of the aspects of the dimensions in which we live, and it's affected by velocity and another factor, which is gravity. If somebody's at the top of a mountain, time will go slower for them than a person who's down at sea level due to gravity. So time is impacted by speed and by gravity. Time is not natural. That's what quantum physics, what science tells us, and we all love science, don't we? Carlo Rovelli, which is our second quote here, says, if we go to this and look at the smallest molecules at the size of 10 to the power of minus 13, there we have no time. Time is just something that plays out with the relationship between the smallest molecules. So we enter a world without time. Time is not natural. Time is not natural, but it does move forward, and I have to move forward with my presentation too. So ecology and temporality, Francis Halle, the life of trees. He says that trees do not have the senescence program just as the rest of us have, and potentially a tree itself can be eternal. If you have the right conditions, a tree will never die. That's why we have a 43,000-year-old tree in Tasmania. This is a really interesting book by this biologist. In the field of literature, we've also heard a lot about this question of time. I can recommend the book Einstein's Dreams by Alan Lightman, where in Small Days he expresses how we can reconsider time from the field of science and literature with a different glance. There's also another important quote in my presentation. I'll send it to you if you like, because I see you're taking pictures of the slides, but I can send the dossier to you, to Marta Ariadna, so that she can circulate it. I also have some photocopies here if any of you are really interested. So it's another very important quote, which is Marcel Proust. I guess you all know this one, In Search of Lost Time, where he speaks about muffins, Prussian muffins. I don't know if you've heard about these, but he talks about the moment which you smell something or you taste something that takes you back to your memories of when you were 5 or 10 years old. You walk into that room and you smell your grandmother's perfume, and it takes you back to being with your grandmother. It's that strength of that memory. So it takes you back to the past as if it were in the present. So it's this involuntary memory of Proust's muffins also questions the linearity of time. If it takes you out of that linearity of time, past and present no longer exist. So for that instant, for a few seconds, there is eternity. You're not a mere mortal. this is the basis of the theory presented in Proust's book In Search of Lost Time. And I will encourage you to go and search for your own muffins. What it may be your grandmother's perfume, it may be the smell of a cocoa power, it may be the smell of your child's nappies. So think of what your own muffin is or your own Madeleine is. Look at that for that smell, and you see it brings you back to a very strong bodily reaction, and at that point in time you are eternal. And just to wind up, there's another very interesting novel for those of you who are interested in the topic of feminism, but it's a very hard, cruel book. This is A Woman on the Edge of Time by Marge Pierce. She's a woman who's a victim of aggression, she's her issues, and she has this capacity of connecting with other temporalities. And another book that was very successful was one by Santiago Lorenzo, Los Asquerosos, who shows how you can have a temporary exile and to realize that many of these things that we think are so important are actually not, and they're just time thieves. And just to end up, I'd like to very quickly mention 3 artistic projects. This is modern art, this is very contemporary art, which is very complicated. Sometimes it's not just to create a piece or thing, but creating spaces, different temporalities or different modes of life. This first one here, we have Marie Eckhorn. She said, okay, give me a few weeks for an exhibition at your gallery, that's great, but I'm not going to exhibit anything. I'm going to close it down. And everyone who works there is going to have 5 weeks, 25 days, and 175 hours of free time. This is what Marie Eckhorn did. She closed it. And the first day there was a seminar presented by her to explain the project, and then she gave people 5 weeks off. This is an artistic gesture of emancipation that breaks away with normativity. She does nothing. I'll give you free time. What is more artistic than having free time when you weren't expecting it? And then we have Rax Media Collective. This is a group that works on clocks from different perspectives. It does not involve the quantification of minutes and hours. So as I said at the beginning, I hope to open up your minds to other ways of quantifying things which are not quantifying by hours. So what you do here is in each of the clocks, you indicate how you're feeling, because at 8 o'clock for everyone it's 8 o'clock, and if now we all look at our mobile phones, we all have exactly the same time because we're connected to satellites, which are atomic clocks, and we could talk a lot about those too. But if I tell you that at 8 o'clock in the morning, how are you feeling? What's your mood? And what about at 5 o'clock in the afternoon or at 10 o'clock at night? This would change. We would all have our own clocks, and that is subject to our chronodiversity. We all have our own time there, and it's a way of dehomogenizing clocks. And finally, the project that we work together with Raquel Fiera. She's a creative artist at our Suspended Time Institute, and we work with art and activism. We created our institute precisely in order to institutionalize all these attempts to try to claw back other times, to recover the stolen time, and to institutionalize chronodiversity. So here last year we already had an exhibition, and we will be delighted to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much, and I hope to have opened up your minds to other times in your reflections on life.
Xavier, voldràs deixar aquests llibres a fora ara? Doncs gràcies.
Thank you very much, Xavier, for all these reflections that have really changed a bit our mindset that we came in with this morning. Well, if Xavier agrees. I'll leave these books out here so you can take a look at them during the coffee break. And I'd also like to remind you, an initiative we have and the Diputación de Barcelona with the municipal libraries. There you have many of these books available that Xavier has mentioned. They're available in our libraries, and therefore I encourage you to read them. Now, please don't get up. We're going to take a very brief 5-minute break to ensure that our next speakers have the microphones, and then we'll continue with our next sessions, which will be Data in Action New Time Use Service for Innovative Policies.
comencem puntuals. Sí, doncs vinga. Bé, com us hem dit, eren ben bé 5 minuts.
Well, as we said, we're going to have a short 5-minute break, so we will move on to the next session for today.
Because most of our panelists today are from other parts of the world. This session is called Data in Action, New Time Use Surveys for Innovative Policies. And we wanted to invite different people that are working on time use data so that we can better understand how they are working on it, how it is used across the world, and what we can expect or what we can get out of this data. So I would like to invite to the stage Jessamine Encarnacion from UN Women. She's the Interregional Advisor on Gender Statistics. Welcome. We have also Juha, I'm sorry for my pronunciation, Ramos, Senior Statistician at Statistics Finland, welcome. And Xavier Quadras, Director of the Statistical Institute of Catalonia. And online we will have Eniel Ninka, the Team Leader for Health, Time Use, Household and Household Budget Surveys at Eurostat. So welcome everyone. So, as I said, the idea of this session is to understand which data we have and how we can use it. How is it already being used in many cases? And we have people from all over the world, so we have a very broad spectrum of different time use data. We will start with Jessamine as advisor in the Gender Statistics UN Women. You have a very broad view from many countries, so we wanted to better understand what are success stories on time use surveys and their use in each of the countries.
Yes, thank you, Adriana, and I hope I can show my slide. And the clicker, please. So yes, thank you so much, and again, thank you to Time Use Initiative, of course, Martha, for the invitation for us, UN Women, to be able to share our success stories, our experiences on time use. So again, the bias will be coming here. Our point of view is always, of course, women's economic empowerment when we talk about time use surveys. So from us, it's really enabling women's economic agency, autonomy, and well-being. And being UN Women, we are looking at two things, also from the normative perspective, policy landscape, but at the same time from improving the evidence-based on women's economic empowerment. And for this particular session, I will highlight our efforts towards more and better time use data, which is part of our Women Count program. So just very briefly, our Women Count program is our global gender data program. So we have seen 3 interrelated challenges. I will not delve into details on that, but rather on the solutions that we have presented or supported our countries. So normally it would be around increasing data production. That's the traditional way of supporting countries. But in our Women Count program, we're taking a holistic approach, meaning we're helping countries to have a gender-sensitive national statistical system. So meaning, aside from a time use perspective, we have very specific interventions on time use because 4 of our thematic topics, one of which is women's economic empowerment, and therefore we're investing on countries in terms of their time use initiatives. So for data collection, we have supported 12 countries in phase 1 and phase 2, 35 countries in phase 2, but as not just improving their data, but rather also improving their accessibility and likewise use of data. There's always that intent to link data, that time use data that was produced and how it's actually used. And making sure there's also creating an enabling environment because it's something that we wanted to make sure that it's not a one-off activity. Now, specifically on time use survey data collection, the question that we always ask our partner countries is that when they ask for support for time use survey, we don't accept responses such as, so that we can monitor SDG 5.4.1 only. It's a matter of what is your specific policy need, information need, because we cannot just have a survey just because we have a data gap or we want to know an interesting number, but rather what is the specific policy or program that you would want to do, that you would want to implement. So sometimes the story for us is that policy information needs is basically driving our support for data production, or sometimes data is already there and they didn't know how to use the data, and then it's driving policy action. So these are the two types of modalities that we are looking at. It's either the policy driving data or data driving the policy. Now, with regards to women count particularly, we have supported 12 countries in time use surveys, whether I will not delve into much details on this, but right now we're at phase 2 of our program from 2022 to end next year. Out of the 12 countries that we have supported in phase 1, we are, of course, continuing work with them. It's not a one-off exercise with them. It's now focusing more on how do we disseminate the data, how do we communicate it to other data users, not just Ministry of Women, how do we use it for policy and programs. Now, also in phase 2, aside from continuing work, we have done 27 new time use data-related work, whether it's on the survey, whether it's reprocessing data, whether it's on further development of methodologies or satellite accounts. Now, the main meat of the story, what are the success stories? Just to say, I will just highlight 3 stories, Bangladesh, Kenya, as well as Senegal. So for Bangladesh, for us, it became a success story because it was very clear, first and foremost, that the Parliament of Bangladesh has actually requested for a time use survey to create satellite accounts. So it's really from the highest level and leadership of government that wanted the time use survey, and therefore that's already a political will, political commitment. Secondly, not only from government, but also from non-state actors. The civil society wanted to change the narrative that when homemakers are asked, what are you doing? They always say, oh, we're not working, we don't have, we have free time. But no, it's basically, they wanted to change the narrative on what work actually means to homemakers.
Sorry. Technical issues.
Yeah. Were you not able to hear me well earlier?
I think that in the room, yes, but for the streaming is the issue.
I see. It's too many that
With the light, I don't know if we can.
And now it's
Too many things at once.
even the air. So probably I can continue because I'm still
Yeah.
speaking. Yes. Okay. Yes. So with the highest political commitment, we are able to support their first ever time use in 2020 and likewise produce satellite accounts in partnership with ADB, with the Asian Development Bank. Now, what has been the success story? Since then, they are now working for a national unpaid care work program. They have the National Women's Development Policy Action and likewise their gender strategy. It's now being informed by that. And likewise, it's being used by the civil society to fuel behavioral change. So it's basically changing stereotypes and social norms. And at least from the statistical point of view, also my bias coming in here, more people now are more trained within the statistics office. They're now not just on time use data, but also on gender data. Now, with regards to Kenya, they had their national development plan, and in their national development plan, they have particularly prioritized unpaid care and domestic work, that they need the information and likewise they need the policy for a national care policy. And it's likewise articulated in their gender sector plan. So again, we supported their first ever time use and likewise their development of the satellite accounts. Now, what they do have is basically from the time use survey, they were able to do a national care needs assessment. They're able to assess what's the supply, what's the demand for the care sector, what do we have with regards to health sector, to the domestic workers, etc. And then we are also able to do review of legislation, government policies, and norms. And obviously, it is time use blind because we don't have data of time use at the time with Kenya. Now it's informing their national care policy. The government has invested $2 million for them to start implementing a national care policy for the next 5 years. And now with greater appreciation of time use data, government has provided more funds to the National Bureau of Statistics, to the National Statistics Office of Kenya, to produce more data that are gender sensitive, that are time use also sensitive. Now, my last case is Senegal. Again, it's also coming from the Office of the President, the request to have satellite accounts, to have unpaid care and domestic work data. So thus, they produce it in 2021 and 2023, respectively. Now, they do have an existing women's empowerment policy, but it was way back in 2011 when it was designed, when no time use survey data was available. And now they're integrating a perspective, so basically it's time use blind. So now they're integrating a perspective on time use aspects. They do have women's work reduction program. Now with the availability of time use, now they're incorporating how can we tap further modern tools, technology, and how to reduce unpaid care work. And then we're also within, it's not even just the programs and policies, but also capacity building within ministries. Within the Ministry of Women, they have now instituted or created a Women's Empowerment Directorate. Now they've seen the disparity of unpaid care and domestic work. Now, I'm just saying, just very briefly, just to highlight that time use data that we have supported countries is not on almost always the national time use survey, but likewise some rapid gender assessments that we have done during the crisis. So during COVID, we have supported 52 countries, particularly for rapid gender assessments. In a span of 2 years. And since then, it has been used, for example, by Chile. They said, the minister herself has said that to understand to what degree the crisis was impacting women, they were able to identify the need for a public policy and therefore have provided more resources that are more gender sensitive. We've also seen this in Maldives, wherein they have seen how impacted the informal sector was and how it was greatly affecting women in the informal sector, and therefore they have deliberately and intentionally targeted women in informal sector through their income support allowance. So these are just some of the success stories, if I may say. So what's our next step? Like basically from our end, we're still following our framework from the Women Count program, that we're not just providing support for data production, but making sure that we are consciously linking data use with data policies. I was telling Martha earlier that it was such an eye-opener also for me, from UN Women, to what extent time use survey data can likewise be used, not from a care policy point of view, but also from time policies in general. And this is something that I will basically bring home also to UN Women and to also our partner countries. So that it's not just like, care policy, but also the other types of policies that we can use. And likewise, so now we're working on a multi-country analysis to produce new or more policy-relevant data, time use or policy-relevant data, so that we're going beyond SDG 5.4.1 or unpaid care and domestic work. We have Joanne here, Joanne Roman Garcia, who's working with us to help other partner countries to further exploit the time use survey data that we have beyond what is traditional indicators that we do have. And likewise, it's something that we will continue to learn from the group, from everyone, to how to further exploit and maximize the use of time use.
Thank you very much, Jessamine. Very interesting to see how time use data can be used in many, many aspects. And I think that you pointed a key aspect, how this data is actionable, right? How we translate it into policies. And from UN, from all over the world, as we saw, we moved towards the European Union with Eniel Linke, the team leader for health time use household budget surveys at Eurostat. We have him online, but we wanted also to reflect on a tool that the European Union has, which is the Harmonized European Time Use Survey, which actually could also be used by all these countries to review and see how they are doing, how we can advance, where are the weak points, and where policy is needed. So we asked him to explain us what's the state of play of the time use survey and what are a bit the plans for the future. So welcome, Eniel. I hope technically is okay. No? Okay, good. Oh. Okay, yes. So he's gone down. Sorry. So maybe what we can do. Okay. So until no. Okay, we have him back. Hello, Eniel.
Hello.
Okay, so I was just introducing you and your position, and I will ask you to explain us what's the state of the European Harmonized Time Use Survey and what are the plans for the future.
Yes, thank you very much, Ariadna, for your invitation, first of all, and your kind invitation, and apologize, I had a hiccup. About HITUS, so the Harmonized European Time Use Survey. Well, as you might know, it is conducted every 10 years, so with 10-year intervals. The last wave, and the current wave actually, is the 2021. The reference year, the 2020, is purely theoretical actually, as countries in Europe are free to decide whether to run or not the survey and when. As a consequence, this 2020 data collection is still ongoing, in fact. At the end, we at Eurostat will likely, and here I stress the word likely, have data from 20 countries out of the 27 in EU. But we also consider Europe as a continent, not just the European Union. So out of those 20 countries, 15 are EU members, which represent approximately 88% of the EU27 population. We will have also Norway and other 4 candidate countries. Out of those 20 countries that I mentioned, 13 have already finished the field work, and 6 of them have delivered the data to Eurostat. 5 are still in the field work, and 2 are in preparation with a survey start scheduled in 2025. As I said, member states have actually no obligation to deliver data to Eurostat. In fact, the data delivery as well as adherence to our recommendations or HITUS guidelines are voluntary and done on the basis of a gentleman's agreement. As you recognize, the situation negatively impacts quality of time use data at EU level. In addition to EU aggregates, which cannot be calculated, 3 dimensions of quality are mostly impacted. I would like to give you a bit more of information on this. First, it is relevance, or the degree to which data meets user needs. This is severely impacted, in my opinion, when we consider that 12 member states do not collect time use data at all. Timeliness, or the gap between the reference year and publication year, which will be 7 or 8 years if we consider the last country that will probably deliver the data by 2027. And third, comparability of the data across countries and across time periods also suffers if some countries do not collect data at all, or they do not participate in the time use surveys, and when there are gaps between countries or between the first and the last country participating in the same way. As I said, we have countries that started in 2020 and countries that will continue up to 2025 or 26. At this point, you might ask, why do countries not collect time use data? And my answer is 2 words: burden and cost. Time use surveys poses high burden on NSIs in terms of human and financial resources, and also a high burden on respondents, in particular the diary part. It's very, very time consuming and very heavy for the respondent. The survey is costly to conduct as it requires careful preparation, well-trained interviewers, a lengthy field work, laborious time entry and data cleaning. The cost-benefit analysis is often not in favor of the benefits, unfortunately. In my opinion, this happens because benefits are not correctly weighted, and this consideration brings me to the last point, the richness of time use data. Here, I don't want to repeat myself because we had the previous presentation talking about this virtuous circle, but we all agree that time use data offer unique perspectives and their value is acknowledged, particularly to measure unpaid household work, well-being, and gender equality. Time use data are also critical to guide policies and research related to changing work practices, commuting and transportation, as well as education, health, culture, environment, and sports. Additionally, the data can provide interesting insights related to life conditions of certain population groups, such as older people, children, or people with disabilities, which are also high in our agenda at EU Commission. Over time use survey provide valuable insights in the changing patterns of how people use their time and their impact of the new technologies like internet have on people allocating their time. Therefore, time use data, I would say, is fundamental for the design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of a broad range of public policies. In particular, they are very necessary and they are actually the direct input for monitoring progress towards the achievement of the SDG indicator, the 5.4.1 on the proportion of time spent on unpaid domestic care work by sex, age, and location. But moreover, they also contribute to the evidence needed for monitoring other SDG goals and targets. To conclude, what are our plans, so Eurostat plans for the next wave, which will be probably by 2030 or a bit later. So first of all, we would like to, and we are already starting the process of revising the HITUS activity code list so that it would, first of all, allow us in Europe to measure time spent in unpaid domestic and care work to answer those policy needs that I mentioned, like monitoring progress of SDG indicators. And second, with the aim of being better aligned to the international classification of activities for time use statistics, or the ICATUS, which is maintained by the United Nations Statistical Division, UNSD. Second, we would like to propose a light survey, including a light diary and a light questionnaire, 2 instruments, with the aim of offering to the countries, or serving in a way 2 objectives. First of all, to allow those countries that do not collect time use data at all to start doing so. And second, to allow the countries that already collect time use data to increase the frequency of their surveys, with the final aim to make time use survey more and more relevant in the future. Thank you.
Very interesting, because I think that both presentations so far highlight the need of time use data for sure, but the need as well to sell it, to understand how they can help policies with this data in a way that allows us to have more and better time use data. And I also collect your idea of light time use survey or the rapid assessments you were mentioning as a way to at least have something that allows us to advance and this way build our case for better time use data. So from this more, I would say, overview of time use data, we go to 2 specific cases that will be part, I guess, of the new wave of Eurostat as well. We will continue with Juha, is that correct? How I pronounce it? From Finland, and we asked him to explain us what have been the main findings of the new wave of the time use survey in Finland.
Thank you for having me. It has been a great learning experience to find out what has been done in the field of time policies. Okay, let's go to my topic. It's the latest time use survey in Finland and the main findings of the survey. So Statistics Finland has been carried out a 5-time use survey for now, and the last 3 ones has been carried out by guidelines of HETUS. And the 5th and the last data collection was during the COVID pandemic. So some results could and also have been affected by the pandemic. So let's go to the main findings. First, paid and domestic work. The time used by men for paid work has decreased, and the time that used for domestic work has increased. For women, there has been decrease in both these activities. The time spent especially on childcare has increased among men. So, for the very first time, the total working time is equal. So this is a quite historical result, but is it a historical turning point? We will see that, or is it just a result of the pandemic and lockdown actions? It remains to be seen. On the other hand, you can see that there has been a trend for decades. Okay, mothers of the small children do the most domestic work, that's not a surprise. And fathers of small children do the most paid work. Although fathers of the small children do the most paid work, they have still more free time than the mothers. On the other hand, couples under 45 without children have more or less same work input, but the things change when they get children. Okay, let's go to the content of the domestic work. Although there has been some convergence in the content of the domestic work done by men and women, for example, they both use about the same amount of time of shopping, and employed men spend even slightly more time to childcare than employed women. That's quite amazing in Finland. There are still traditional gender roles. Women spend more time than men on cooking, cleaning, and washing dishes. Men, on the other hand, spend more time to traditional men's work, such as repair, construction work, etc. Now let's move to free time. So, most popular of all free time activities was and still is watching TV. You can see that here, sorry. This means watching TV, video content, whatever video content, regardless of the device. So next I will focus more deeply on some leisure activities that have been changed. First, time spent on reading. As you can see, time spent on reading sorry, has decreased almost in all age groups. Young men read at least 9 minutes a day. The trend has been there since already the 1980s, but you could have been assumed that the pandemic should increase the reading because you have more time at home, but the opposite happened. Same happened with the time of socializing, but that's not a surprise. But it is despite the rise of the social media. Of course, the lockdown actions during the pandemic has reduced social interaction, but there has also been a trend. So, the golden age of social interaction was 1970s and 1980s. It is especially evident on the social interactions that took place on weekdays and Sundays. The collapse from previous decades was particularly evident in late weekdays and Saturdays, probably keeping restaurants and clubs closed and lockdown actions of cultural events has reduced the social interaction. But in general, social interactions had decreased significantly already since the 1990s. So what is pleasing that, on the other hand, the time spent exercising has increased since the 1980s. There has been growing trend exercising among people aged over 14, and let's hope that this trend remains even after the pandemic. So let's move to the screen time. As was mentioned yesterday, the screen time is also related to the public health. Screen time has almost doubled in early 20s from the late 1980s. The growth compared to the situation a decade ago has been especially strong in the age groups of 15 to 24 and over 64. So let's move to total screen time. This means screen time of all activity connection with the screen, both main and secondary activity, in free time, screen time, working, study time, everything is included. But of course, most of the screen time is leisure screen time. So Finns spent almost 4.5 hours per day in front of various screens during the pandemic. The screen time was longest for those ages of 15 to 24, on average 5 hours and 46 minutes per day. So, and the screen time according to state of family cycle, singles under age of 45 who live on their own spend most time in front of screens, almost 6 hours a day. In general, those without children spend most of the time in front of screens, have the time to do that. So, and it is not surprised that couples with small children have shorter screen time. So, to sum up, some changes in the time use compared to previous decades. It is not always clear whether the changes are caused by the pandemic or part of the longer trend, or perhaps both. Some changes are clearly caused by lockdown actions. Some are part of a longer trend. Another question is whether some changes are more or less permanent. We will see that in the next time use survey in the next 10 years. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you for this overview. Very interesting to see exactly what you said, no? How this would be maintained in time, or if we will see any changes. Maybe with the other countries we can also compare whether this is a trend in the waves we are doing now. So we will close this round with Xavier Quadras, Director of the Statistical Institute in Catalonia. Here in Catalonia we are in the process of collecting the data on time use, but we are really waiting, hoping for it. So we invited Xavier here to explain us how this time use survey is being done and coordinated. Gràcies, Xavier. Endavant, quan vulguis. Crec que tens... vale, perfecte.
Thank you, Xavier. Thank you very much for your invitation. We welcome it, and we're very grateful for your attention. I'm going to try to describe the aims of our time use survey. It has got background in this kind of survey. I'll try to explain this third wave of the time use survey in Catalonia, what the new developments are, And I'd also like to discuss the importance of time use data to tackle the future challenges of the national accounting system currently under discussion. The change is meant to take place in 2025, and I believe, as you will see, that this kind of survey data will become more important as a result. I need not explain the purposes of time use surveys. What I will emphasize is that in Catalonia, this survey is carried out by IDESCAT, the Catalan Institute of Statistics. I have two colleagues here. And the work is usually not done by the director. It's done by the deputy director for production and the head of the area for the economy and society. They're the ones who do more of this actual work. The idea is to study the distribution, duration, and times of activities and use this to inform policy. This is something you all know quite well. Something we would really like to highlight is that we work according to the HETUS guidelines. So we follow Eurostat's recommendations as far as we can to ensure that the collection of our data means that it is as homogeneous and as comparable as possible to what is being collected in other or in most European countries. In the different waves of the time use survey in Europe, Catalonia took part in two waves. First, 2002, 2003. This was done jointly with the Spanish National Institute of Statistics. The second wave took place in 2010-2011, and it was carried out by IDESCAT on its own. And these are the covers of the relevant publications. Here we have one chart by way of example showing how the kind of information we have has evolved. We have paid activities and unpaid activities, or gainful activities and non-gainful activities for both men and women. We have differences, and we expect differences in the third wave as well. So what about the third wave? It is the 2023-2024 time use survey. As I said, we intend to carry it out following the HETUS guidelines, Eurostat's guidelines. We commissioned the Center for Demographic Studies to do some of the early work. And here we have who is somebody who played a crucial role there. And at that stage, creating the technical project, we were very careful to collect information from researchers and from data users because we wanted to improve the content of our survey to align with the needs of users. All of the people we interviewed highlighted the importance of time use data, and they also voiced their requests. Not all of their requests could be met, of course, because surveys are burdensome in general. This one is particularly burdensome, and so you can't always cover everything. There's an issue of cost, of course, the cost to us, but needing to achieve a representative sample. But there's also the cost to the survey participants the burden of filling in this kind of survey, which, as mentioned, can be quite high. Fieldwork began in November last year, and we're close to completion. Some new developments that we would like to highlight are as follows. We have a new territorial breakdown to share the results. We have used a Degorba stratification variable, which indicates the degree of urbanization, basically. We are trying to get more representative, a more representative population of households. We've increased the size of the sample. There are some new questions, some of them suggested by Eurostat, others by Idescat. And we also moved from a survey that only consisted of personal interviews to another type of survey with multi-channel collection, including online, in-person, or remote, which is also something that has a positive impact on costs.
Regarding the stratification of the sample, and we have 14 territories covered. Within each of the territories, we had the metropolitan area of Barcelona and the city of Barcelona itself. Then within the city of Barcelona, there was 5 groupings of the different neighborhoods. We grouped them according to criteria taking into account the similarity and the socioeconomic index, which has been published for a few years now by Idescat. Regarding the new questions which were included, which were proposed by Idescat, there's one on how they identify according to gender, and also some that had to do with the reduction of the working day. And one of the new ones here is also, of course, remote working, teleworking, because it wouldn't make sense to have a survey of this kind without asking about teleworking. And then some of the questions wanted to make a distinction between the actual fulfillment of activities and the planning of activities, because we know that in homes, this is something that we cannot just look away from, because very often what is most important is to plan for activities and have them on the line. Right now, we are ending the consultations regarding the national accounts from 2025. And with this new system for national accounts, there are different lines for the reform, which are important. Some are technical in nature regarding globalization and digitalization. But in this case, amongst the proposals which are being forwarded for the new model of national accounts, there are proposals that want to include a better way of taking into account well-being and sustainability within the ways that they are being accounted for at the national level. Basically, at the national level, we take into account the GDP, which is the indicator of progress or well-being, which is probably the most known one, but it's probably not the best. There's been a lot of criticism about it. And therefore, one of the lines of reform is to go beyond GDP and therefore include some of these other considerations around well-being and sustainability. So, as I say, going beyond the strict calculation of GDP. Some of the reforms are the ones that you see on the screen, have to do with the distribution of income and wealth in different social groups. Other aspects such as work, education, human capital, and healthcare access, and also the impact on the environment. But I'd like to stress that there's special emphasis placed on accounting for all the activities that are carried out beyond the market activities, and especially unpaid domestic work. In this scheme here, you can see the national accounts were extended with these new considerations, and therefore we include in these extended or satellite accounts these new considerations. But these could not be constructed without the data of the time use surveys. So these accounts of non-paid work and domestic work, and so these extended accounts or surveys, we propose it to be done at least every 5 years. And there should be a physical breakdown of leisure time, time dedicated to other activities which are not included in other aspects. So a complete accounting for of the use of time. There's also proposals for education. So take into account the time dedicated to learning, or in the case of health, the measures which offer health assistance and social assistance in long term, and take into account unpaid work of domestic service. So, to sum up, there are novelties there when it comes to the questions and the design of the sample. And then we have basic information, which is really important for us, especially taking into account the statistic actions in order to create gender equality indicators, and also to construct the SDG indicators for the satellite account for domestic production or home production. And we must not forget that this type of data will probably be consolidated even more in the future, because we'll receive the support due to the institutionalization of this type of accounts with the future national accounting system, which is what most countries use, including, obviously, what is used in the European Union. So thank you very much for your attention.
Gràcies, Xavier. Crec que ara encara
Thank you very much, Xavier. I'm sure that we are even more eager now to receive the data. So we've been talking about how important data is in order to project new policies, and now very important things are also going to be taken into account, that we're going beyond GDP and including time data.
Just to say, now we have the floor open for questions. We have Eniel online, we have Jessamine, Juha, and Xavier. And yes, whoever has a question, we have the microphone there. Now it's the time. And we have also online people. I don't know if they have questions, but... Oh.
Thank you all for your presentations. I'm particularly curious as to why, and I hope this is not a political question, but I'm wondering why there's a Catalan time use survey when Spain is also conducting its time use survey.
Xavier.
And maybe what differences are there in the survey itself?
Yeah, well, there is a limitation for national surveys, which basically is that with the sample they usually have, they have meaningful results at the national level, of course, and at most the regional level. And here in Catalonia there was this concern about having results which could be representative at a smaller territorial unit. So this is one of the main reasons why this survey has been conducted at the regional level here.
They can be grouped to compare?
My guess is that with some work, they will be comparable because they are being done under the same harmonized guidelines. So we follow the recommendations from Eurostat, and in Spain they do as well. But there might be some differences, but my guess is that they can be put together. Yeah.
Perfect. More questions? If you can introduce yourself before asking the question.
Okay, soc Cristina Rovira.
I'm Cristina Rovira from the Catalan Statistics Institute. I have a question for Aniel Ninca. He said that they're now preparing the new guidelines for 2030, at least that's what I understood. So I'm wondering whether for the fourth wave, if this statistic operation will be compulsory or will it still be a recommendation for countries? Thank you very much.
Aniel.
Yes, thank you for the question, and apologize if I was not precise. As you know, we have a new regulation, the regulation EU 2019-1700. This regulation comprises also the time use survey, but time use survey remains voluntary. For those countries that would like to conduct the time use survey, then they will have to follow the guidelines and then they will have to send the data. But participation in the fourth wave remains voluntary. This was the result of this negotiation when this regulation was formulated.
Thank you, Aniel. Any other questions? We have Joan.
So my question, I'm Joan Garcia from the Central Institute of Demographics. And my question is a little bit for everybody in the panel. It's about the data dissemination and the access to data, because I think all of you are data producers, Eurostat, Statistics Finland, Catalonia, and also UN Women, because you are supporting some surveys. So how are you planning to disseminate this data, the access? Because sometimes the process to access the data is really complicated. You have to apply, you have to present a project, and you have to wait probably a lot of time. In the case of Finland, correct me, but you cannot work with the data if you are not in Finland. So, well, it's not for everybody. Thank you.
If I may ask.
Go ahead, by mention.
Okay. If you want to use the microdata, you have to apply it for our research services. But also we are disseminating our data to EU as a HETUS file, and also for the Center for the Time Use Research. And I suppose they are free of charge files, and also I think there was Center of Time Use survey. Center of Time Use survey also dismissed that for a third party, I suppose. But in our website, we published tables almost every activities. But nowadays they are only in Finnish because we don't have any resources to make them English. But they are free of charge and everybody can access them.
Okay, Jess, if you want to.
Yeah. Thank you, Joan, for the question. So for us, 2 points. One, with regards to microdata access. I think our default within UN Women when we support countries in terms of the time use survey is that to require them to make this accessible, to make this as a public good, as it should be. However, that's the ideal scenario. However, it's not always the case because in some cases, countries that we work with, they have very specific statistical laws or basically statistical policy in some cases from national statistical offices in terms of what they disseminate for free or what they disseminate with pay to the public. So I think ultimately we still defer to the official or statistical policy that our partner national statistics offices provide. Now, the second point with regards to the broader point on the data dissemination, I think it's also something that we are more strategically discussing with our partner countries, that we, as much as possible, would like to discuss with them not just dissemination, but rather communication. And in this discussion with this dissemination, because we always think it's just a matter of distributing what they already have, but what we always say is to communicate, to make sure that what they are distributing is actually understood, and therefore higher likelihood of uptake and use, because that's something that we always try to promote, that when we support them in time use survey, it is only successful if they are able to demonstrate to us a specific policy or program that has been incorporated. And in that, the communication part, we make sure that it's from the stage zero, if I may say, that there is a communication plan from the get-go until the end.
Yeah. We go back to how we use the data to actually make policies, right? So maybe Eniel, if you want for mentions, answer also to Joan in terms of dissemination.
Yes. Thank you, Anne. You are one of the users of our data. You might know that Eurostat disseminates microdata. We have disseminated the last wave for the 2020. So the current wave, we are still collecting the data coming from the countries. They flow slowly. So basically what we can do is that we can collect this data, and then we need to anonymize those data, and then we need to reduce the risk of, to mitigate the risk of identification. Because you might know, or you should know, that the data are disseminated by Eurostat, but they belong to the member states, so to the countries. So once we need to agree a certain level of dissemination, and then we need to agree all together whether we can disseminate or not, and what we can disseminate or not. And then the process, yes, it's true, is a bit lengthy, because first the requests come to us. Once we agree at technical level, then the request goes to each of the countries. We need to approve it. We can see whether this can be improved in the future, but I mean, I cannot promise this now. As for when this data will be available, as I said in my presentation, we still have countries that have to start the field work. So basically, we will have two major countries that will start it only in 2025. So the whole 2025 and a bit of 2026 will be the field work, the data collection. Then countries have no obligation to deliver the data, but let's assume that they will deliver the data. They need some time to process the data and transmit the data to Eurostat, and then we on our side need to validate and then process again the data. And then after that, we need to start this process of anonymization and identification of the respondents, mitigation, so the risk of identification. So it's a lengthy process, just because since the data transmission is voluntary to Eurostat, we don't have all the data at once, but yes, from time to time, so it will take some time. unfortunately, this is the situation.
Thank you, Aniel. And last but not least, Xavier, maybe you can.
Yeah, well,
also
in our case, we have the data from the previous survey in our webpage, and I don't see this policy changing, so we'll have it, of course, after all the work that has to be done in order to have the data ready for everyone, anonymizing, etc. But in principle, it will be available to everyone.
Perfect. So we have one last question for the speakers.
Basically, thank you very much for the inspiring presentation that you did. I think that it's good to see that other countries around the world are doing the first ever time policy, so it's good to see that there is a trend there. And Aniel was commenting that in Europe we have more countries than ever doing time use data. Again, no, it shows this interest on having data on that. Unfortunately, I don't really like the timings that you are saying, Aniel. I know that is what you can do it, but it's a bit curious, no, that we are trying to do the second wave in 2020 and we will have the results complete altogether in 2027. So time takes time, but this is a long time, no? So my question for you links a bit with Joan, that is, as you were saying, these surveys are quite costly, no? But how we make sure that people is aware that we have these surveys? Both institutions and academia, no? Both of them. So here, I was thinking is, do you do like any kind of festival of data, where the institutions that are paying for the results are showing this to the researchers of their country or even in the European region or regionals? How we can generate more awareness about this data and their impacts?
I understand it was for Aniel, so go ahead. But
Yes, thank you very much for this question, which brings me to what I had already written as a final statement for this conference. We need to communicate, better communicate to the public and to our policymakers, especially the policymakers, the richness of time use data. As you might agree with me, no policies can be done without data. And of course, we can, in this room, we are, or you are there because you believe in this, but as the lady in the room asked, what are we going to do? Well, from Eurostat, I can say that time use data was used in one of the hackathons of the NTTS, New Techniques and Technologies for Statistics conference. We used it as so that we could give to the researchers the possibility to use those data, microdata, and to see what they could, what kind of research they could do with that. There is an international association for time use research, and you have the president. Of the association there. So there, this is the biggest forum where researchers on time use gather together and discuss. We do some activities, of course, in the member states, but yes, we can certainly do more. Of course, at Eurostat, we are only data providers at EU level, so we can only are responsible for the calculation of EU aggregates, which is not possible in this case because time use data are flowing only from 15 member states. But yes, we are doing the best of our effort to increase the frequency of the collection. Possibly this will not change, but at least the number of countries participating in the time use surveys. This is our biggest ambition. Thank you.
Thank you, Aniel. So since you mentioned that this was your final statement, I will take advantage of that, and I will ask our speakers to have a final comment if they want to finish the session. We start the other way around, maybe with Xavier.
The only thing that I would like to say is that time use surveys mean great effort from the budgetary and logistics perspective, especially for modest or small-sized institutes such as ours. So the project has been quite difficult. We have received a lot of support from outside the Institute in order to fulfill our project. So we are very thankful for that support, and we're also very pleased because we think that the project is going forward in optimal technical conditions, and I think that the results will be very interesting. And that is what it should be. That's the most important thing. And of course, when we have the data available for citizens, then obviously we intend to disseminate them as much as possible in order to make them more visible, to share this knowledge, and also make it known how important it is to collect this type of data and use it for economic policies and also in the field of research, and use them ultimately to improve citizens' lives. Thank you, Shreya. We are looking forward to them. Juha.
Statement or...
Maybe I should conclude that as Eniel said, that we must raise the awareness of the possibilities of the time use survey and its meaning of broader measure of human development and human well-being. And in Finland, one of the things we assure that the utility of time use survey is that we, in the planning stage of the time use survey, we take the stakeholders and main users of the time use survey in the planning stage. So that's one of the options that we can raise of the usability of the time use survey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Probably my last statement would be really, for us, I mean, data production is just half of the story. Really, data use is the more important part, if I may say, of the story, to make sure that this is why we do our work on gender data, on time use data, is to make sure that it translates to policy or programmatic action so that it can improve women's and girls' lives. And just to our always advocacy to our partners is that there are two things: that there's time use data gap, but also there's also that another gap of data use gap. That sometimes we always forget that data use gap. We always talk about data gaps, and we hold statistical offices or data producers accountable, but it's a shared responsibility as well, that the gap on data use, policymakers and other decision makers should likewise be held accountable, and therefore these two should coexist really and should really work together. So that's always our advocacy.
Fantastic. So let's hope we have better and more time policies supported by better and more time use data in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you all also for being here and participating. We are going to close this session for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just so you know, for the program, we have now a coffee break outside, and after that we will have here the assembly of the local and regional governments network, and for the Catalan researchers we are having a workshop on the time use survey. It is in Catalan without translation, just so you know. In another room you will see the signs outside on how to get there at 11:45. Welcome back to the Local and Regional Governments Time Network General Assembly. It's a pleasure to be here once again, and I'm really, really happy because we have new faces. I'm sure we will be able to know each other during this assembly. So we have a packed program for this hour and a half we have together. And we wanted to start with an inspirational, we wanted to start with an inspirational speech because, as you know, this year Strasbourg is our World Time Capital, and we wanted to hear from them what they are doing and how, you know, being a World Time Capital felt. So I would like to welcome Marina Lafay, Deputy Mayor at Strasbourg City Council and Metropolitan Councillor at Strasbourg Metropolitan Area. Welcome. Let's do Angela. Let's Angela al micro. Oh. Okay.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you. And it's always a pleasure to be here with the network in Barcelona and sometimes also in Italy. And so for next November, it will be in Strasbourg because we have the title for 2024, the title World Capital of Time after Bolzano and before another city. You will discover it. And so I'm inviting you to come in November, the 28th and 29th November. It is the main event for this title. We organize a big event directly in Parliament after a session in direction to the new MEPs, the new Eurodeputee, to convince them to support our network, of course, but to integrate the question of right to time into the law at European level. Perhaps you don't know, but in 2010 there was a note, a report, was made by Ulrich Mückenberger, coordinated by Ulrich, in direction of the Council of Europe to motivate at European level an action in favor of the right to time. But unfortunately, it didn't go in the Parliament, so yet we would like to put the subject in the table. But we will focus on the question of right to time, but with a specific topic, the time of care. So you will, as you will see, the question was taking care for the others and taking care for themselves. The question was how to enable care, taking care of others, but without losing one's own well-being. So in this context also, we will question gender inegalities, but also the need, I said yesterday, of the children and young people, specifically the case of your caregivers. Because Strasbourg is very involved, I said yesterday, strongly in this question, the need of the children expressed by the children themselves. We have signed a UN Charter about that. And in this conjunction, there is in Strasbourg this event about time policies, and it is also for us, the purpose is also to mobilize all the European level for time policies in general, of course. But in the same time, we organize also Strasbourg City, the European Conference on Violence Against Women. And It's not directly in the parliament, but it's building next to the parliament. So if you come in Strasbourg, you can do the both, because it's two complementary network and very huge network about gender aspect and studies and so. So for this event in Strasbourg, we will invite the political level, of course, but also some experts, the Caregivers Association, some think tank also at European level from Brussels, for instance, and also students, and of course, you, the network. And it's co-organized also by Tempo Territorial. I am president of Tempo Territorial, and also there is a French network, and it's more than French because there is Belgium also, so she's here. And and it's also in direction of a beginner, people who discover the subject, and also experts, because the purpose is to encourage also the politician to make some law to protect the question of cares. There was 2 years ago a strategy about that in Parliament. Study and something was written about the caregivers and the necessity to protect the caregivers' activities. Two types of caregiver, the professional and non-professional. So it's perhaps time to go further. And I think that the whole example of what a city can do, what our territories can do or have improved, can be a good example to convince the political level to act and find solution. For instance, I see my colleague at the administration of Bogota, the Care Block is a very impressive program, which proves that we can act with some huge action, but sometimes also the innovation can come from very, very small action. So we will value the both. So you can see the first day, it will be more a political time and a debate also with many people from Strasbourg, from Stuttgart, also from a think tank. And after that, a reception also, because it's also very, very important to have this time together. With the Hanover, the reception will be with the Hanover network about the question of violence against women. And the second day, so it will be a conference with the very known philosopher Hermann Rosa, who is a specialist about the question of deceleration. So we will make the link between that and the action of care, because sometimes care, to provide care, need to decelerate. It's a very important and civilization question. And we will focus after on the question of young caregivers and in general about the needs of the children that we provide for the children. Is it their need expressed by himself? So it will be with a psychologist, for instance, and some example from our territories, and also the Elisa Stimus from Barcelona. And if in the afternoon, you can see the program for the. We can see the program for the afternoon. In the afternoon, after the lunch, we have another debate with about the question directly about right to time, with people from company, from human resources, and also stakeholders from the representative people from a labor association. So we will have also this time, also with a little bit time with music and artists. And that's the end. And after that, you can also continue in Strasbourg I said on Saturdays there is also one day in the Hanover building next to the Parliament about the big conference about violence against women, and also it is also the Christmas market in this period in Strasbourg, so you can stay with us. And I think it's very, very important, this subject of care, because we know the demographic evolution. We spoke about the sandwich generation. I'm from this generation. My father or mother, for instance, they are baby boomer and sometimes very, very old, but I still have young children also. You have teenagers, and in the same time, you have old parents who need care. And if you have also in this situation children who have disabilities or problem of health, at the end, it will be you will have a problem of health, and perhaps caregivers burn out on something. So caregivers, they need to be helped. It's a perhaps common problem on all the country in Europe. This demographic evolution is well known and must be anticipated in our policy. And I think also it's perhaps in a certain way, sometimes policies. We have to think and to act in short term, in middle term, and long term. And as politician, I see as national level, or European level, or local level, it's very rare today to program something at long term. But it is an example that, for this case of problematic, the question of care, it's necessary to be anticipated as long term also in political level. So I'm inviting you to come and to defend with us the question of care and perhaps in a certain way the social vision of Europa, and to be here in numbers, to be here elected people, administration, representative people of association is very, very important to govern the MATs to develop an action, a reflection about the time, the right to time, and to propose some law to protect us, because we are, all of us, perhaps in the future, caregivers, and we know that there is a big problem about that if we are doing nothing. So come in Strasbourg and be welcome in November.
Thank you, Marina. We are looking forward to being in Strasbourg in November. So we move along the assembly. I would like to invite now Marta Junke as Secretariat of the network, who will explain a bit what we have done until now, this 2024, and more importantly, what are the planned activities for 2025. So I hope you can join. And sorry, technical issue, since we have some people following us from streaming. I will appreciate it if you try to speak directly to the microphone so that they can hear it well.
Very good. Good afternoon to all of you. Good morning. No, let's focus well. Good morning to all of you. Yeah, thank you for being here, and also thank you for people that are joining online, which I know that is also some of you. So thank you very much. Today, after this inspirational speech of one of our main representatives of the network, that is Strasbourg, and we really want, on behalf of the Secretariat, we really want to say thank you for the work that Marina and her team are doing on being the capital of World Time Policies 2024-2025. We wanted to share with you some slides of what we have been doing. Basically, we will present, I can see the slides there. Thank you. Basically, we will present what we have been doing. We will also later move to what we are going to do in 2025, and after that we will decide on the board. Okay, on the board to be the board of the network for the next 2 years. Here is a summary of the activities that we did in 2024, and I will not go too much into the activities because you all know, because you have participated to them, but the good news is that we had a plan and we have achieved the plan. Okay, when you have activities to do, it's good to see if you are doing them, and that has happened, but I want to focus a bit on the results. That's why we together with the board that we met last week, and we have been working together in the last months, we prepare some results. The first one is that in this year, in 2024, we got a higher visibility and recognition. Just to give you an example on this higher recognition for the time policies and the network, is that we were awarded with the World Government Summit Innovation Award. This is the prize. This is the award that you have here, and we were very happy to represent the network and to get this award from the summit. The summit was celebrated this year in Dubai in February, and we were very happy that they were recognizing the innovation aspect of time policies. I leave it here, and later, if you want, you can take pictures with them outside, okay? Because I think that is a award for all the network. Also, in this of increasing visibility and recognition, as you can see, we also went into major newspapers, urban newspapers, as Bloomberg City, one of very well-known newspaper, especially in America, and also in Eurocities, explaining about time policies. So, again, every time policies are getting more visibility. The second thing that we have achieved altogether is that we have identified and published more than 50 good practices on time policies. That's what what we call like local and regional time agenda. And this year we have published 2 chapters of these good policies. One that links between time and democracy and participation, and basically exploding this relationship. If we don't have time for ourselves, we have no time to participate into community activities, and this affects our democracy. And the second local agenda that we have presented and published is about the urban nighttime policies. Those publications are in the website. You can see it. Most of you has collaborated with them and were presented during the year in a webinar online. The third thing that we did, and here you can see Marina and Sylvia and her team that are following us online, is to continue the project of the World Capital of Time Policies, giving this handover between Bolzano in Italy to the current capital of time in Strasbourg. So we are happy to see that this project of the World Capitals is already in its 3rd edition, and today we will vote for the next capital of time. We celebrate the first summer school on time policies, a more dynamic, more workshops, to learn about new time tools. And this happened in Barcelona last June, which most of you participated. And also it was the first edition that happened online, where we managed to get different publics, different citizens, especially from around Europe, that were interested to know where was time policies. Also, we added new members to the local and regional time government network, and we are very happy to that. We have a new region, and we have different municipalities, as for example, Buenos Aires, that I know that they wanted to be here today, but they couldn't. So we have new members that have joined to the network. Also, an important part of our work as a network is to lobby, to generate awareness on the key supra-local stakeholders into committing to them policies. And that's why we are happy that in the Declaration of Barcelona, we have new members joining to us. And also we did the campaign TikTok Europe, that we call for the members of the European Parliament to sign a pledge to commit to time policies. We are happy to know that there are members of all the political parties represented in the European Parliament, all the political groups of the European Parliament. There is at least one representative of them that have committed to that, except the extreme right, which were not invited. And last but not least, we also ensure the financial sustainability of the network, because as well, we all have amazing ideas, but if we don't have money to make them possible, sometimes it's more difficult. So we are very happy that we signed an agreement with the Catalan institutions, with the Generalitat de Catalunya, Barcelona City Council, Barcelona Metropolitan Area, and Barcelona Provincial Council, to give certain sustainability to the network until 2025. And also, we won a new European project that is Time for All 2.0, that for the European parliaments will allow that we can exchange and travel around Europe to learn. And last thing that we did this year, as you can see, we did quite a lot of work, is that we have updated this brochure that you probably have at your folder. And this is a brochure explaining what is the local and regional government's time network, what we do, and what we can offer. This is important for you, but it's also important if we want to get new partners to be part of the network, that you have something to explain them. Also, in our website, we are updating regularly all the good practice that you are sharing with us, and you can find them in the website. So that's what we did so far. And I want to congratulate especially the Secretariat team, with its part, Ariana Way, that is here, Marc Martorell, and myself, but also especially the hard work done by the board members that have been working and supporting these activities. Now that we talk about 2024, it's time to look what we want to do next year. And here there is several objectives that we want to discuss with you. We will do an open floor later, so if you have any comments on that, please take note and we can discuss it together. The proposal that we have discussed with the board is that we are proposing that the local and regional time network has mainly three main objectives. The first one is to enhance influence on time policies and about the network. So we want to recruit more local and regional members to join to the network, and we want to ensure that all the members that are part of Time for All are also part of the network. Okay, it seems simple, but we still do not have that. Also, we want to lobby with the key supra stakeholders to make sure that the right to time is in their political and social agenda. And we want to give continuation to the project of World Time Capital. Regarding the second objective is to learn. We are here, most of us, to learn on what's new on time policies. And basically what we will do is learn and implement time policies to improve the well-being in cities and in regions. And to do that, what we are proposing is basically two sub-objectives, that is analyzing the new data and learning and promote new time policies, and also develop new narratives. And here there are cities as Milano, for example, which are working very much on the narrative between the relationship between time policies and climate change and climate emergency. So we want to learn from these new narratives that time policies can have an impact too. And last but not least, as I said at the beginning, and that's very important, we want to ensure the sustainability of the network. And for that, we want to find a more streamlined way of working. I will develop a bit more than that. We want to establish a legal entity. That's a proposal of Pedro Martin, who is here, and who always said that we need to have a legal entity formalized as a network so we can sign additional contracts. And we also want to secure additional fundings when possible. Okay? After the discussion with the board, we don't see feasible at the moment, we don't see feasible the proposal of having memberships for the members of the network. So therefore, the board proposes the following streamlined working plan to make that sustainable. First, to define a clear vision of roles and responsibilities, and on the second, focus on those activities that add more value to the network, but also are self-funded. Which is the roles and responsibilities between the members of the network? The Secretariat basically will focus on the role of organizing the annual assembly. We will organize 3 board meetings per year. We'll give support to the Time World Capital, and we'll manage the project Time for All 2.0 while maintaining the communication tools and the web space and continue with the advocacy of the network. The board role that is proposed is to propose and contribute with the proposal of new members, also proposing and finding new opportunities of funding, advocacy the network, and of course participating in the board and the assembly. And regarding for the members that are the ones that are here, as well, the role that you have is to participate in the activities, to participate especially in this annual assembly, and doing advocacy in the network wherever you go. For the capital of time policies, we will formalize what is already being done, that the capital will act as a spoken person. This year, every time that we had a big interview, we always were giving the contact of Marina Lafay, as she was the responsible of the capitality this year. And next year, we will do the same with the capital. So as well, they can see different speaking persons depending on the year and showing our diversity. We'll organize the activities of the Capital of Time, and we'll organize an international meeting awareness. This is the proposal that we are doing. Again, colleagues, we are waiting for your feedback on that later on. And we will focus on those activities that, as I said, are adding more value and are self-funded. This means we will appoint our World Capital Time Policies 24, 25, and 26. We will learn from the completion of good practices with the local and regional agenda. We will do 2, 1 each year. We will participate on the Time Academy, which will be online, to learn more about innovation tools and innovation narratives related to time. And we will do the first global Time Citizen Awareness Campaign. We want to work all together to generate awareness on the importance of time policies. Okay? That's what we are proposing to do. We participate in the General Assemblies, and also we will visit, especially for the Europeans, we will visit successful case studies on different cities. All of that looks very nice, but I know that you want to know when we will do that, and these slides we will share with you, so don't worry. But the idea of the working plan for 2025, having said what we said, is that at the beginning of next year, we'll start with the Capital of Time Policies, but then we will do a European Time Academy around June, July, online, so everybody can participate. And then at the end of the year, we will meet here in Barcelona for the General Assembly and for visiting good practice, and we will prepare the local and regional time agenda. And in 2026, we have a more busy year at the beginning of the year, that it comes with time case visit in Rennes or in Strasbourg, we will see, regarding mobility. We want to learn how to improve the mobility in our cities. We will do a Time Citizens campaign kickoff, as I said, the idea of having a citizens awareness campaign. We need to check these timings with the French elections. I know that some of you has already raised awareness on that. French municipal elections, and we will present the time agenda number 6. And at the end of the year, again, we will have a general assembly. And last but not least, as I said, one of our objectives is that the European Parliament starts regulating right to time and including in their resolutions. So by the end of the year of 2026, we will come back to Strasbourg to put in the agenda again the right to time and to see the commitments that we have agreed now with the European Parliament, how they are going. So colleagues, that's all for now. The idea of now is to open the floor and to listen to all of you and to listen your comments about the work plan that was presented. Thank you very much.
So if you have any question, please or comment, please raise your hand, or everything is super clear. Ideas. No? Marta, you explained it too well. And here there are comments.
I don't see the slide before where you present the objective, but that was this question of the data, the necessity to collect more data and reflection about data that we have here today. I would like to say as a political level that we don't need some data like if we are researcher in socio-demographic. I think we need sometimes some simple data to, for instance, how many people suffer from lag to time. But also at politician level, we like the numbers also. How it costs, how we gain. And perhaps the cost, if we don't improve the time policies, for care, for instance, perhaps in long term it will cost a lot. So we need that also. Question of money, how we gain with time policies. Because actually there is inflation, we have not money in our city and each level, national level, and so we have also to prove with the data that to conduct time policies is not so expensive, that in long term it will be perhaps very interesting. We gain in wellness, in care activities and in rights also, but we gain also perhaps in the financial aspect. We have to prove it, in particular of the question of health. There is also, I think, at our national level some data for that, but we have to extract it to prove also that it's very conduct time policies is not so expensive, and in the contrary can be very interesting. That is the data that we need, I think, at political level to convince to go further.
Thank you, Marina.
I just questioned about what Marta. Thank you very much for this presentation, but I wonder about the European Time Academy, because it does not exist at this moment. What you understand, what you mean by the European Time Academy? Because we had this project with Ulrich Wickenberger. We have tried to get some support from the European Commission to build European Time Academy, but we did not succeed. So perhaps you have another idea? Okay, thank you.
We can collect all the questions and maybe later. No? Emily, you had a question? No? Okay.
I'm sorry for being the third French person to contribute. I wanted to add something or contribute to the climate change reflection. I feel that as a network, we might benefit from going back to the basics on that issue, because it's not so much, I mean, for Strasbourg and what we think about right now, it's not so much about knowing the new ideas that our partners have, but the way societies are structured or public services are organized elsewhere according to the weather, the heat in the summer. And I feel that as a network, we might have to put some focus back on how we manage time in every city, every country, according to the weather in terms of, I mean, public services open for, we are considering closing some public services in the middle of the afternoon, but maybe we have to benefit from I don't know, Spain understanding of sleep deprivation, as we talked last year. And those things, those topics, I feel that we are talking in the informal times, in the meetings, which is already good, but maybe we would benefit from comparing the structure of our societies and public services to more understand what would be more effective to import from places where you have to manage that kind of issue and materials. Yeah.
There's another. Maybe we do a first round of answer, or what? No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Cécile Roth from United Cities and Local Governments. Not really a question, but just like something to contribute. Regarding the sort of timeline and also the advocacy side, I was thinking that it would be great to look forward on how we can partner around international milestones for next year, such as the Beijing Plus 30 celebrations. I think there is much to do around like everything related to inequalities, gender-based inequalities, and also thinking of the World Social Summit, which will focus on poverty, social inclusion, etc. So many moments where we could see what we can do like together and with everyone to visibilize the role of local governments and the importance of time policies.
Thank you very much. Any other? Go ahead.
If you want, I can, but I think that this is an open space. I can answer as any member of the board, so if anyone from the board wants to answer from my side, feel free to do it. First, I forget to do it, so to say welcome to the UCLG, did I say it well? That is the United Local Authorities Congress. You will say it better than me. Can you say it exactly? United Cities and Local Governments, that it's the main network of cities around the world, and they become part of our network. So we are very happy to have this collaboration. So welcome, Cecile and all the team. Starting for your question, I think that one of the things that the board can do in the next years is to identify and make a proposal to share with all of you, which are the key awareness events where we want to push for explaining what is this network and what are time policies for local and regional cities. So if we do that, I think that perfectly the two events that you mentioned. It's a place where to go to do this awareness, and it will be good that someone from the board, that probably you are already going, some of the cities, can be our ambassador there to do it. So I think that this is a first thing that we can do to implement one of the objectives that we were saying. Regarding the topics that you were saying, Julien, I think, and we will see, we have new members of the board entering, and they are very much bringing a new narrative between time policies and climate sustainability. So I think that this could be one of the locals and regional agendas that we can focus next year, or 2025 or 2026, like the relationship between public services, time and heat, right? And developing a narrative here, working with experts, but also working with your cities, what you are doing. Regarding the question of, Marina, do you want to say something about that?
All right.
Okay, again me, sorry. Yes, I want to react because I'm thinking. You see that there is some event face-to-face, like today, and also some workshop online. And I was twice this year to present our activities in this workshop, and I would like to say that was very good organized. It's online also. I remember this workshop about night policies, what very interesting. There was London, for instance. It was, thank you for that. It was incredible, the example of London. But to Julien precise the question of sustainability, it's our also common problem for all of us, naturally. And I think perhaps we have to think about that, the balance to find between the online and the face-to-face. Perhaps we can also inform all of us the carbon impact. Also, in Strasbourg, after a trip, we make some mathematics to inform the team my own carbon impact, and with a limit that can be good also. I think the necessity to be face-to-face is very important because it is also dialogue, friendship, and link between us. That's very important. But it's more interesting when we combine that to discover in the city where we are some example of realization. For instance, I haven't precised it, but when you will come in Strasbourg, if you arrive early on the Thursday, we will propose you to visit some realization about time policies directly in the city that can be better also, because of course that justifies the travel to see directly, and that's also a good opportunity to create links and dialogue, but with a view of operational aspects. So we have perhaps to combine the both, but to think about the question of sustainability.
Perfect. Marta.
I think that's an amazing idea and a good opportunity to see how real things are happening. No? That sometimes we don't need so much conference, and we need more the feet on the ground. So that can be very useful, Marina. And answering the two questions that I think that were left, Marina, regarding the data, that's the need that many politicians level are you telling us, no? Like, let's find certain data that we can compare around Europe. And the bad news of this morning was saying that the time use survey will not be comparable until 2027. So we need to look for some alternative sources that we can compare a bit our cities how we are. And that's exactly what we want to start doing for the Werner Citizen campaign. So you can give data to your citizens on how time policies and how time is in their own cities. So I think that that's a very good idea, Marina. And Jenny, regarding the last question on Time Academy, last year in Barcelona, and you have Blai and Laura here, They organized the Time Summer School face-to-face, and we saw that it had a very good evaluation from the participants, and also the online part, also it generated quite a lot of attendance online of new people. That's why we say that the idea is to start creating all this knowledge between same name, that will be Time Academy, where all people can access there and get their tools. Initially, this will be virtual because it's the funds that we have, but as we said, if there is additional budget, if any city wants to hold the Time Academy face-to-face, as Barcelona did last year, it will be more than welcome as well from the board. Any additional comments? Maybe Blai, Laura, do you want to comment anything about the Barcelona Time Summer School, your evaluation, how it went?
Thank you, Marta. We have nothing prepared, so first I would like to thank you for being here. Our impression is that we had nice, wonderful time, but also it was an opportunity to learn about new insights, new ways of looking at time. And for Barcelona itself, which is what I can talk about, it had some impact on how we are developing new methodologies and how we are addressing the lecture of the time survey that we are expecting. So even from our point of view as organizers, we are happy with the results, also happy with how many people were attending, and especially hopefully we are hopeful that you enjoyed as much as we have. That's
Thank you, Blai, to react so quickly.
So if there's no more questions, we continue this assembly with a more formal part of it. As Marta announced before, we have to vote a new executive board. So I will give the floor to Marta again so that she can present with the candidates and we can formally vote it.
Very good. So again, I'm going to share my presentation of before, just to explain who were the members of the current board and who are the proposal of new members. As we have good news, because it will be a proposal that will combine experience plus renovation. So that's how the organizations work. So if it's possible to have my previous PowerPoint, I will present the members. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm not sure I took something. Okay, this is the proposal, yes, so let's not check the proposal yet. First of all, this is the current members of the board. As you know, the Secretariat is by the Time Use Initiative, the representative of the regions and cities with more time policies from Catalonia and Spain is Barcelona City Council, from France is the Municipality of Strasbourg, from Italy is the Municipality of Bolzano, and from Latin America, our representative was Bogotá City Council. And also we have key entities invited for the role on time policy, the historical role, that is Tempo Territoriale and German Society for Time Policies. This is the picture of 2 years ago, okay? And I'm happy to see that a lot of people are still part of the network, but there was some turnover. And this is the picture of the last meeting that we had as a network, or the one in June. And with this board, we met between 3-4 times per year, and we take the decisions that need to be taken during the year. So first of all, I would like to give a big thank you to the hard work that has been done by the board during the last 2 years, because without you, that was not possible, and the network is evolving positively. Thank you to your efforts. So thank you very much to all the members of the board. And now we are moving forward and as I said, we are glad to present a proposal that effectively combines experience with innovative strategies and narratives regarding time policies. And these ones, I will focus to present the new ones, and I will ask them to come here at the scenario and explain why they want to join and what is their vision. As a representative of Italy, the new representative will be Milan City Council, which we are very happy to have in. Bolzano, instead of being representative of Italy, will represent the small and medium towns and also the regions, all the regions that are doing time policies. And here we have Bolzano. And also we will have this representative of regions that will be the region of Bolzano, that is South Tyrol, Alto Adige. So I will call I will start for Bolzano, for Angelo Giannacaro, which is responsible there. Ariana, you can present that you have the formal title better than me.
I didn't, well, maybe Angelo will have to correct me. But Angelo Giannacaro, councillor at the region of South Tyrol, Alto Adige, and please correct me if the chart is not correct.
Now we will listen to them, and then we will all vote if we accept this proposal or not. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Marta. Good morning. It's an honor to have been invited to this assembly today. It's past 2 years, but my English is always the same, Marta. Also, I read my discourse. I have had the pleasure of being part of the network and of working with some of you over the past years as councillor and representative of the municipality of Bolzano. Now that my political role has changed and I am part of the region of Trentino Alto Adige, it is my intention to continue working on time policies. The concept on time policies is quite complicated to understand, and first, so I intend with my capabilities to spread the word and try to involve other municipalities in Trentino Alto Adige. It is my plans to invite other municipalities and entities of my area to take part in the network very soon. Being part of a larger organization also allows me to work on different issues and practices that need to be addressed and developed more widely and that cannot work if handled individually by different small entities. My role right now is more strategic. It relies more on coordination rather than on the development of the new practices. It is my intention to be able to involve not only the province of Bolzano-Südtirol, but also the province of Trento, which currently has no law regulation time policies now. If you are not familiar with our region, it is important to explain to you that it is a region composed of 2 autonomous provinces. Part of this area was previously part of Austria. The union of these 2 provinces makes this region unique. It almost acts as a bridge between Italy and Austria. We are in fact part of Euregio, in which the Tyrol region is also included. My responsibilities at the Regional Council relate to the promotion of European integration and the provision of special activities of regional interest. I think joining this network is a great first step towards these 2 goals. I am thrilled to be able to say that I am part of a whole that works to improve our society step by step. I look forward to seeing this network grow and working together with you on interesting projects. My wish is to have a role on the board as a representative of regions. I very much hope to bring new ideas and an enriching point of view to the future decision on this project. Special thanks go to Marta, Ariadna, and Mark of BTU for coordinating so well, and to Bergamo for the submission of the New Times for All 2.0 project that part of the network has been awarded. I sincerely hope that soon all participants in the different projects will officially become part of the network so that we can work harmoniously and have more and more participants to take inspiration from in the development of time policies. Thank you for your time.
So I would like to ask our representatives of the city of Milan, sorry, Sergio Danelluti and Susanna Multeni. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, everybody. As you know, Milan municipality has been committed with time policies since early 90s, approaching them from different point of view, going through different policy seasons. And now we are, as someone has said, we are considering time policies as a key tool for approaching sustainable development and to face environmental challenges, but also to deal with work-life balance issues through our aspect of for employment. So we are very glad to join the executive board, if yes, to move forward and to contribute with others to the debate with a more active engagement in the network. So now I give the floor to Sergio for
So Susanna is the technician on time policies. I would like to give a broader view of what it means for Milan to join this network. Especially the crucial thing, it's not because we are here, but the crucial thing is Barcelona. You might not know that our mayor has been invited to Barcelona on the 6th of November for the Smart City World Expo. He has been invited by your mayor. I would like to say that we share a number of European projects and commitments with Barcelona. We both participate in Eurocities, we both participate in C40, and there are other networks such as Champion Mayors for Inclusive Growth that also see both cities participating. We collaborate on various European calls. I don't know this myself. I asked my international relations department for the Horizon project, for the Horizon 2020 Green Deal, for the Horizon Europe, and for the CERV, as in this case, but there are other CERVs. The objects of our collaboration are especially urban renewal, digital transformation, social innovation, sustainable food in schools, climate change adaptation, gender equality, and smart mobility. Quite a few of our deputy mayors come and go from Barcelona to Milan, and important figures in Barcelona government also come to Milan often. So it's important for us to keep this partnership alive and to join this further network uniting Milan and Barcelona. Of course, we are interested in being more and more international, and this is the kind of partnership that benefits both, and of course, through the other joining cities as well. What we plan to do, we have been asked by Marta to do it, of course, is to try to spread the word of this initiative to other Italian cities, especially the major ones that we're in contact with. And for this, we shall be gathering some material from this meeting and previous material, and we will send a promotional package to these cities. That will not guarantee their interest, but we are trying anyway. And we will be trying on another level as well. We will be trying on the level of our twin cities in Europe. We will also try through our international relations department to communicate this initiative to others. as we are convinced that this is useful and necessary. And we believe that most large and medium cities in Europe should be interested in these matters. So thank you for everything. For the time being, we are participating because it's a long story actually. Milan approved the Time for All 1 project, and it was another department that approved it, not ours. It was the mobility department. After a while, we took over for some reason, which is too long to explain here, and we are the ones that are following it now. So we are also going to approve and participate in Time for All 2, and we have been asked to join the board, and of course we are doing it. We like the idea, and we hope we can contribute usefully to this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and more importantly, for this plan you already have in place to involve many, many more cities. So now it's the time to formally vote the new board with these new 2 additions. I will ask everyone that is a member of the network to just raise your hand if you are in favor of the new board. I see everyone with a hand up. Great, so welcome officially. You want to welcome officially to the board. And so we continue this voting process with another important project within the network, which is the World Capital of Time. We are very happy to announce that we have the candidacy of Bogota City Council for 2025. We are very happy. I hope it happens and everyone agrees, because we will move outside Europe for the first Latin American World Capital of Time. So I would like to welcome Pamela Quiñones to the stage so that she can present the candidacy for Bogota City Council.
Ahí, ya.
First of all, I would like to say that I'll be speaking Spanish on behalf of all the women doing unpaid caregiving work in Bogota and who have led us to become the World Time Capital for 2025. First, I'd like to tell you that in Bogota, time use policies have a gender approach, a gender-based approach. We have a specific public policy since 2003. It seeks to acknowledge and safeguard and reinstate the rights of women living in the district of Bogota within all their differences and diversity. In addition to this, we have the conceptual framework guiding strategies to ensure that policies are not regressive for women across the board in Bogota, the district that includes the capital. 8 particular rights were identified, cross-cutting rights for our governance approach. The right to peace and coexistence with gender equality, the right to life free of violence, the right to participate and have a representation on an equitable basis, the right to work in equal conditions and dignity, the right to full health, the right to education with equality, the right to a culture free of sexism, and the right to decent housing. So, and to habitat. So we wanted to explain how everything is made cross-cutting in all of our policies. We are the Secretariat for Women, but every plan implemented in the city is considered and influenced. Within all of these rights, we have the district system for care. The district system for care focuses on sorting out ways to address the needs of women who are doing unpaid care work. In order to do so, there was a three-pronged approach. First, to assess the needs. Out of the 9 million inhabitants of Bogota, half are women. 1.2 million women are providing unpaid care work. And so, given this context, we thought we had to have specialized services for them, services with a gender-based approach, services that would provide them with time for themselves, the same way that they are providing their time to care for others. Having mapped all of this, we spoke to grassroots movements, women's movements. We listened to their needs, we listened to their demands, and this led us to the second prong, which was to map our ability to provide service. We mapped the existing services in the city. We mapped facilities. We mapped breathing spaces, public spaces, access roads. And this led us to the third prong, setting priorities. And that's where Bogota became a city that used time use policies. Our criterion was time for women. We didn't address poverty within the 20 local councils within the district of Bogota. We looked at time, at women's time in each of these towns, and so we prioritized on that basis. And this is how we created the district care system. It's just a different form of spatial management where time uses become apparent in terms of which facilities are available within a 20-minute walk for women. This articulates our policies, programs, and projects together with services delivered to the community. It addresses the care needs of homes in Bogota, and it's supported by the state, the district, the community, civil society, and private business. Within this system, we identified three objectives, the 3 R's: recognize, redistribute, and reduce. Recognize the work done by women, the care work done by women, redistribute the burden of that care between men and women on equal terms, and reduce the care time spent by women on this type of care. So we mapped the population we wanted to reach out to, and we focused on a two-pronged sort of service with women caregivers at the heart, at the center. There are many different types of care work, of course, but we needed to focus to be more efficient and effective. And so we decided to focus on women under 14, on people caring for people under 14, elderly people, and people with disabilities. We want to reach the population at large, men, families, and caregivers themselves. Within the care system, we have different components depending on the profile of the person getting the services. People who care for people who care, for women who care, are given training and they're given income. Caregivers are offered the same kind of care that women are providing, as well as a cultural transformation in order to change the imaginary in our society. Once we had done our conceptual mapping, we considered how to roll it out in space, how to reach out to women in their neighborhoods, in their homes, and that's how we created our operational model. There are three. One are care city blocks. We love them. What are they? Well, they're the map that I told you about earlier, the 20-minute walks for facilities, but just with a purple lens to look at them, from a purple or a purple perspective. And then we had the care buses. That was a second prong, or a second approach. Why do we have care buses? Because we have large facilities, but some women couldn't reach them because they had difficulties accessing them, getting there. So we go out to where the women are. We go out to parks where women are caring for their children, and we offer them those kinds of services. These care buses are transformers, we call them. They're like tourist buses, but then they expand so that you have a hall inside them where we offer the same kind of thing. We offer training, we offer a break in nearby parks, or we offer the ability to make some income. The third approach is providing help or support at home, in the home. After creating the city blocks, after creating the buses, we realized there was a residual group of women who are caring for people with disabilities and who could not leave their houses to access any of those other options. And so Bloomville Philanthropies has an award, and we won the award with our district care system. And so we were able to use the award to bring those services that we're delivering in the city blocks and in the buses to women's actual homes. So that way, the woman can set her priorities for time. She can decide whether she wants a break, whether she wants training, or whether she wants to earn an income while we provide care for her care recipients. And so it is the woman who recovers her own time and decides what to do with it. This is the care block, that famous design, the care block. Why is a care block a part of a time use policy? Well, this is the ideal care block. It is within a 20-minute walking distance. We have services delivered to citizens with a gender perspective, and services are provided to women, including, for instance, legal advisory services. Women can go there, ask about their needs. There's a female lawyer and a female psychologist offering their services in case the woman needs to learn perhaps about gender violence, whether she's experiencing gender violence. And it's created as a safe space. We have discovered that women usually reach us through typical services such as this. They won't go to a police station to report gender-based violence, but they do come to this kind of facility and ask whether what's going on in their home is gender-based violence. So we can advise them and inform them while we provide care for the women's care recipients. So we also we care for those who are giving care. We have a strategy for children where we try to abolish gender stereotypes, where we teach them colors are just colors. It's not a matter of blue for girls and pink, blue for boys and pink for girls. Or we also tell them about domestic violence if the children are experiencing that, and we tell them some simple tips about that. When a woman reaches one of these blocks within 20 minutes of walking distance from the home, they might access medical services after dropping their children off at school, or they might access some other kind of municipal service. These are 20 minutes walking distance using sidewalks or walking lanes or community spaces such as parks, or even cycling lanes. We also have fairs where women can provide the results of their entrepreneurial work. These care city blocks have a twofold care angle. We care for those you're caring for, and we care for those who are caring. And we're not just some kind of drop-off point for children. We need to provide the possibility for women to take a break, but also to receive training. And this is also a time-use policy in terms of the proximity designed into it. In 2023, we institutionalize this on a citywide basis. What does that mean? Well, it means that the system was designed as a citywide commitment for all, not just a governance decision by an individual mayor. The idea is that the system is meant to remain whoever is elected. And so the District Secretariat for Women, which I represent here today, is the one that coordinates the system, because nobody can deal with women better than people who have a gender-based approach and knows how to work with them. This does not mean that we don't need everyone in the district to deliver the services. Our best partner is the Secretariat for Social Integration. We have to acknowledge this. This is the Secretariat that has the majority of facilities. This is the Secretariat that provides social services and social work. And it has been the one that has immediately understood that women require special services. We also have support from the Secretariat for Health, for Tourism, for the Environment, and for Sports. They're the ones lending most of the break areas for yoga, exercise, and art and others. We also have training for flexible education and also development of ways of earning an income. So you might ask the following. And, well, there was a new mayor, the system was institutionalized. So what is so innovative about this? How are women considering the way of continuing to care for those who care? Well, for the next period, we have 4 major commitments. One of them is community-level care, because we came to realize that we were not reaching women in rural areas because access was difficult. These rural women don't come into the city for services, so we go out to where they are. How do we do this, considering the resources needed? We will be linking up with community care networks and grassroots communities that are already present in the rural world. We're going to meet up with them. We're going to have gatherings with them. We know that the needs in rural areas are different, and we will be bolstering them through resources, through formalization, through training, in order to continue delivering services to women in that setting. Second, we will have moving services, roving services. I'm very proud of this. This was my idea. There are 2 strategies. One, a break, another, training. The break approach will be delivered in a football stadium, the biggest stadium in Colombia, and this is, of course, usually associated with male leisure. we will be working with women supporting the football teams, while the women are in the break area of the football stadium. We will be working with the children within our strategy of building or weaving worlds of equality. And we'll see how this strategy works out, and we will try to make these roving services become safe spaces. Because there will be safety there, women will be able to report that they're experiencing violence in a way that does not make them targets for attack. Another roving service is the training service. We came to realize that within our city care city blocks, we were providing training, but we weren't providing professionalization types of training, because we couldn't. And so that is why we reached out to universities. It's important to work both with the public sector and with the private sector. So we're working with public universities and private universities. Again, on a simultaneous basis, when women are taking their final exams, we will turn up with the kaleidoscope so that they can become professionals, and we will be working with the children to transform them. And then we also have a prong that is strategies for cultural transformation with a gender perspective. We cannot win this war without involving men. We cannot create a city block like this one in every single city block in Bogota. That's what women are asking for. You know, can you bring the bus over more often? Can you have more of these city blocks? We can't offer that. Every home should be a care city block. Every home should redistribute care work. Every home should reduce women's burden of care on an equal basis. And that's why we will be working with laboratories for redistribution, with laboratories for gender-based violence prevention, laboratories for prevention of sexual harassment in public spaces and public transport. That is something our mayor is very much committed to for this 4-year period. And lastly, then we have the OMEG, the Observatory of Women and Gender Equality. This is the basis for the data gathering basis for any decision making we might have. We will be monitoring our existing strategies, and we will work to see how we are changing relative to our baseline, which enabled us to set priorities. Lastly, well, not quite so much lastly, I'd like to explain why we want to be the time capital of 2025. What brought us here? Well, on the one hand, we recognize policies. Our secretariat has a gender perspective, or a gender-based approach, but the whole capital has time-use policies on gender equality, sustainability, organization of time, citizen services, and cultural offerings. We have identified internal ways of increasing co-responsibility and productivity.
And I'd like to highlight that nothing is possible without a political will, the will to set up the system of institutionalizing it and now moving it forward. With our new mayor, there is a very clear political will to continue with the system, but not just to want to continue, but also strengthen it and be innovative. So there will be resources in order to move forward and continue with the presence in our neighborhoods with a gender perspective. We also want to make the results more visible, the ones that have been obtained in our care blocks. We also want to have on the public agenda the relationship between care and the transformation of cultural attitudes and violence against women. We want to strengthen our international efforts with a gender perspective for the city, and we also want to incorporate new members in our network. We have many requests, requests for information. Cali wants to incorporate the system of care, and also Sierra Leone and others who want to replicate our care systems. Amongst our time policies in Bogota, we have our district system for care, stabilizing services. We have a cultural transformation strategy, the use of bicycles with a gender perspective, Bogota as an intangible heritage for bicycles, the knowledge of and the way we manage it, the use of technology for public management. And this is an innovative strategy that the district used in order to link the community and the citizens for working on specific proposals to include in the development plan. And also the main proposal, which came up in all the surveys, was how to strengthen the care, how we're going to maintain it, where is it going to be shared out, is it going to disappear? Of course, people had their concerns. So the strengthening of territorial services for health, both physical health but also mental health, preventing mental health issues and also physical health issues in women, so they have to spend more time looking after people. So there's prevention also in health, and also incentives for use of bicycles, teleworking, different entry times of work, self-care, and the cars which are used by the different workers, and the car sharing. And also, so you realize how long you spend on commuting. So if you go by bicycle instead, well, we give you some extra free time to make up for the time you spend going in by bicycle. And finally, I just wanted to show you this calendar we have of activities that are ongoing for the last few months in 2024, and also how we see 2025 with Bogota as a time capital. We have the different actions in our system, 23 care blocks that have been opened. We're going to open 2 more. By the end of the quarter, of the 4-year period, we want to have 29 with different types of facilities, and thus 2 for the mobility ones. They will also have our home assistance system. We have run out of Bloomberg funds, but we already know how to do it. We have our framework, so we're going to work at district level in order to implement it with our own resource. We also have the community care services, the cultural transformation strategy, mobility and heritage with the bicycle. We have 230 bicycle lanes that are used mainly by women. We have to make them safe spaces so that they can access transport and to those different public spaces. And finally, we have this cross-cutting perspective, which has to do with women and gender equity. This is an agenda that's now been in our city for 20 years, and we want to have create this international forum in order to showcase all our best practices over these last 20 years and the challenges, how we overcame the hurdles. We still have hurdles we have to overcome, and I'm sure we will, of course. And within this international forum, we want to dedicate 1 day on time use policies and Bogota as the time capital for Nigeria. So we'd like to encourage you to learn about our system, come to Bogota and accompany us at that forum. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Pamela, por esta exposición.
Thank you very much, Pamela, for this presentation and for telling me your plans, telling us your plans for 2020-25. And sorry, I went into Spanish automatically, but
Formal vote if all the members of the network agree that Bogota is the new capital for 2025. So I will ask for the same system of raising your hand. Thank you very much and congratulations. And we wanted to close this assembly by recognizing one of our oldest members that this year has 20 years as well. So maybe, you know, when Bogota started with the care policies, Tempo Territorial started also to promote time policies in France. So we wanted to give the floor to Jean-Yves. We have also Marina Lafay, who is the president, but we wanted to give the floor to Jean-Yves so that he can do a brief summary of what Tempo Territorial has been. Thank you very much.
Whoa. Does it work? He will. Yeah, to advance this one. Okay. Yeah, but it's, I don't use that. Okay. Okay. Yes, it's better like that. Huh? Thank you to invite me to say something about this 20th anniversary of Tempo Territorial. We had an event 1st of October, last 1st of October. We were gathering all the members of Tempo Territorial and also friends, colleagues, and institutions who have supported this association, because it is an association. And I just want perhaps explain what is Tempo Territorial, because I think it's necessary for many of you don't know what is Tempo Territorial. As you know, time policies have existed since the late 1980s in Italy, but in 1994, there was a seminar which took place in Firenze, Florence, at the European Institute on issues of working time. And I was invited there to contribute on working time issue. And I met Ulrich Mückenberger for the first time, who is a professor who was at this time professor of labor law at the University of Hamburg. And who was in Florence for several months in a stay with Brian Bergeson, another very well-known labor lawyer. And they had a project of writing a book. But in this, during this seminar, during this meeting, a person came to us. And it was not an academic. So he came and said, I am Robert Villeneuve. I am a French representative of the CEEP, you know, is the European Confederation of Public Enterprises in Brussels. So, and he explained that he had obtained significant funding to conduct a research program on the development of local social dialogue, how to implement the local social dialogue, how to develop it. And we suggested, he was looking for ideas. What are the objectives of social, could be an objective for social dialogue? And Ulrich and I, we say, time. Of course, time. Time could be a relevant subject for local social dialogue. And we told to Robert Villeneuve that about the initiative in Italy, the Tempi della Città, who were developing at this moment, very, very much developing at this moment, in cities like Milano, of course, but also Bergamo, Pesaro, Cremona, and on a lot of projects. And a few weeks later, we met again in Politecnico di Milano, which is a University of Milano, and to exchange ideas with Sandra Bonfiglioli, who was leading the urban planning department, and also with another person, Pierre Domergue, a French one, who has worked extensively on local development in France. And it was the starting moment for the program Eurexter, a program that was financed by the European Social Fund. And it was supported by CEP and also the ETUC, the European Trade Union Congress. And there was a lot of money, and these European funds has facilitated the chronotopic research conducted at the Politecnico di Milano where Sandra Bonfiglioli was training young urban pioneers. And Marco Mareggi, who is here, was one of these students at this moment. And Sandra Bonfiglioli has, together with this young student, they have elaborated time policy methodologies, time office, ufficio di tempi, the quadrangular consultation table, chronotopic maps, and so on. So they also allowed for the organization, the funds we had from the European Social Fund, allowed for the organization of many seminars and conferences in several European countries like Germany, Spain, Asturias at this moment, not Barcelona, but it was the Asturias, France also, and the establishment of the first time office outside of Italy, which was in Bremen, Bremen-Vegesack, an area in Bremen. And then the contact we had, that Pierre Domergue, who was part of the Eurexter program, he had a contact in numerous local authorities in France, and this helped to raise awareness among elected officials and technicians about time policies in France. For instance, in Saint-Denis, Poitiers, and the two departments, La Gironde, and also in Paris. And but the Eurexter program concluded in 2000, and fortuitously, the DATA, which is a territorial planning agency attached to the Prime Minister in France, launched a call for proposal at this moment in 2000 for a prospective approach entitled Territory 2020. One of those issues of this program was time and territories, with expectation derived from our previous work on the time policies. And for instance, a book we have published with Ulrich Mückenberger at this time was La Ville à 1000 temps. And we were integrated into this prospective approach on the issue of time and territories, which provided us with funding again, but funding from France, for 3 years to disseminate time policies, principles, and methodologies in different cities in France. And starting in 2000, with these 4 pioneering territories, Saint-Denis, Poitiers, La Gironde, and the territory of Belfort, and also joined after by other cities like Rennes, Paris in 2001, and Rennes, Paris, then Metropole of, then Lyon, Brive, and so on. Many cities who were interested and who during the election of mayor, municipal election in 2001, they succeed to create the first. No, I will do that after. So this period is marked by, I think, in France, it was the hubris, the hate of time policies at the national level in France, with a parliamentary report by Edmond Hervé, who was mayor of Rennes, and a French deputy also, and many books, many seminars, many, and the announcement by the Prime Minister at this time, Lionel Jospin, at the 2001 Créteil City Festival, expressing the government's intention to legislate for cities with more than 30,000 inhabitants, the establishment of a time bureau, a time office, Bureau des temps in French. But however, this, after the presidential election in 2002, the support for time policies in France, this support for time policies came to an halt because the change of the government. And action and especially exchanges between local authorities contributed continued in 2003 with another European program equal, but by 2004, we no longer had funding. So this is why we local authorities, members, we have created time officers, researchers, and others supporting local time policies. Supporters of time policies in France decide to create the Tempo Territorial Association in 2004. And I want to stress that the economic model of Tempo Territorial, which is an association, is very specific because it relies only on contribution from members, mainly the local authorities, of course, but also the individuals who support time policies. And it is, we have no external funding for this. So over the past 20 years, I just want to finish with that, Tempo Territorial's role has been to support and to raise awareness among its members and other local authorities about various initiatives taken at the local level in France, but also in other countries like Italy, for instance, or Spain. It has also led in-depth reflections on temporal time subjects through the Mardi du Temps, Tuesday of Time, which was an afternoon, a regular afternoon meeting with a contribution on a particular subject, time subject. And you can see here the number of Mardi du Temps. We had about 3 or 4 Mardi du Temps a year. So yeah, there is a lot with different subjects you can see there. And also the temporel. So the temporel is once a year, so we had now 20th session of temporel will be in Strasbourg, and you are coming there. And during this temporal or Mardi du Temps, we are exploring new temporal approaches, and all this meeting, I insist on that, resulted in publication. We have a lot of publication. And so the temporal, yes, it's about 20 editions. And the event of the last October, 1st October, brought together those who supported from the beginning the creation and continuation of Tempo Territorial. And during this day, we recall the histories that I have just delineated for you. And after this detour in the past, we introduced a moment of prospective reflection with some researchers. And here you have the question was, I'm sorry, but for this Alain Guez, who is an urbanist, Sandra Mallet and Luc Gazinski, who are geographers, and also Benjamin Pradel. And the question, one of the questions was, what do you do with, if you have some time? For instance, at the end of this week, we will gain 1 hour. What we will do with that? And Alain Guez says, I take advantage of it. Sandra Mallet says, I tried to do less things in the same time. Luc said, I lost him, I lost it. And Benjamin said, I sleep. And it's more or less what we will do because it is in the night. Perhaps we can dance also 1 hour more. But then in the afternoon, we have shifted to current initiatives aimed at giving concrete meaning to the notion of the right to time. Among them, we can mention 4. First, the action aiming at facilitating the mobility of those constrained in their movement, to give a bit more power over the time structures. For instance, what Hélène Révillard told yesterday about peak hours, but also new plan for mobility involving several firms and so on, but also initiatives developed in Poitiers, Lyon, Lille to promote a new sustainable way to move. The second is promoting access to cultural facilities, for instance, by working on the opening hours of mediathèques, libraries, and so on, in Brive, in Lille, in Rennes, in Paris, extending opening hours in the evening or during the weekend. And also what we call the temporal urbanism, approach from the perspective of shared premises, for instance, the polychronicity, for example, opening schoolyards to residents in Paris, in Lille. But I should say on this issue that we are still falling short of what has been implemented in the Netherlands during the 2000 first decade of 2000, for instance, the Vensterskolen, which is really something we should follow. Also, the nighttime initiatives, I don't come back because we had discussed about that, but also policies for adapting to climate change, for instance, nighttime opening of public parks, greening of schoolyards and other public spaces, and particularly it's developed in Lille, in the European metropole of Lille, as part of a European program, which is the name of which is Time to Adapt. And the last issue was the 4-day week, which is experimented in the metropolitan of Lyon and also in Strasbourg in the form of compressed work week, which means that you reduce the number of days but not the number of hours, so you have longer days. And for now, this is a policy which aims at attracting skills that are less drawn due to lower wages compared to the private sector. And these experiences are limited in their scope because it's only for volunteer and the perimeter is not all the agents in Lyon, for instance. But currently, we lack the perspective to measure their effects. But I think that this represents the 4-day work week represents a mode of work organization that is tending to develop and raises questions for time policies to facilitate the use of free time and to also educate perhaps people to gain this day off. And what will they do? Will they have a sustainable consumption attitude, or will they continue to will they develop, for instance, auto production or things like that? But for now, this type of reflection remains in embryonic state and deserves greater attention from the actors in time policies. And to finish, I want just to present, I don't know if it works. No, I wanted to present a map, but it doesn't work. A map of the different, yeah, I see. This is a map of the different cities involved in Tempo Territorial for the moment, and also around what are the other institutions who are supporting Tempo Territorial. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Janice. We wanted to acknowledge the 20 years of Tempo Territorial as a key member of the network, and let's hope that in 20 years' time we're also celebrating that. Now there's lunch, so enjoy. We will be back here in 1 hour at 2:30 for the last session of the day. allà, si vol. Benvingudes i benvinguts de nou.
Welcome back to the very last session of this part of the Time Use Week held in the Paraninf this week. This session, as yesterday's afternoon session, is meant to be a more in-depth sort of workshop discussion. The title of this one is, let me get this right, Designing Time Policies from a Transversal or a Cross-Cutting Perspective. And that's why I will be both the moderator and one of the panelists. And I will share this space with Miriam Martinez, Officer for Feminism and LGTBI, and in the Barcelona Cities Council. So I will be telling you more about the theory, and she will be telling you about a specific instance in Barcelona City Council. I'll start, and then I'll hand over to you. So can we have the PowerPoint? What I will be presenting is mainly a tool that's available from our website. A tool that's about the need for cross-cuttingness in time-use policies. The presentation is in English, but I'll be speaking Catalan. I apologize for the code switching. Well, so let's talk about basic terms. We talk about cross-cuttingness, about transversality. Sometimes it's not clear what we mean. Maybe we should start by defining what we mean by time-use policies or time policies. We'll go over this quickly, but I do think it bears reminding us all. It's well worth reminding ourselves of the fact that we're talking about tools for designing policies. We're trying to make time policies cross-cutting. We want to make them apply to every kind of policy implemented by a government body. Time is everywhere. Whenever we adopt some measure, we are having an impact on people's time. And ideally, we would want this impact to be a positive one. So this is my belief. I believe that this is a key part of 21st century policies. We've talked about gender, sustainability, climate change, and work. And I feel these are central to our times. Here's another important point, and I know you know about this, but it's well worth going over. We have to know why we do things. When we implement policies, we have to think in terms of time, and we also need to think in terms of all of this. We're trying to create virtuous circles, and that's one of the nice things about time policies. The fact that you create virtuous circles where one good thing leads to another. So we talk about these four main benefits: equality, health, efficiency, and sustainability. We've heard about different examples, and here you have some examples of what we mean by this, shown on the slide. Ultimately, this is all about public policy, but what we all do in our daily work is create a narrative as to what we do and why we do it and what we do it for, so that we can start thinking of time policies differently. This session is about time use policies at the urban level. So I'd like to remind us of why we're talking about the local level. We've had several sessions about it. The point is that we're talking about people's daily lives, and that's why it makes sense to focus on the local level. And in fact, in the previous session, we talked about 20 years of tempo territorial. It is local bodies that have always pioneered this kind of policy. Here are some pictures. It's propaganda for our network. 4 different time agendas. If we took everything on board, we would be talking about 200 plus time use policies implemented at the local level. This is a tool you can find in our website under publications. It's a self-evaluation tool, a self-assessment tool. Sorry. This enables us to step back from our role and think of time use policies from an overall perspective, because whenever, as I said earlier, whenever we design any individual policy, we have to think of what it means in terms of time. This tool was set up so that any city can, on the one hand, determine whether it is already implementing time use policies without necessarily being aware of it, and also so that the assessment can be used as a baseline. What it does is structure different areas so to make sure it goes over the key areas in which a local government might implement time use policies. It doesn't cover everything, but it is a starting point for a broader approach to better organization of time. Yesterday, we had the presentation of the Provincial Council's Guide. This is also a tool that can be used for a baseline assessment. The tool is split into 2 parts. First, you diagnose time-related policies that target citizens, and the second half is time policies targeting public servants, officials who work for the municipality, officials and other employees. As I said, the idea is not to cover everything under the sun. The idea is to start to trigger a conversation. There are many potential time use policies. They are grouped by areas. And the idea is for the town council to go around every department to determine whether any policy along these lines has already been implemented, whether it hasn't been implemented, there's no way it will ever be implemented, or whether it hasn't been implemented, but it might be a good idea to do so. It's pretty easy to fill in. It's self-explanatory, and it gives local councils a chance to determine what is there, what could be done, and what can be ruled out. This can be done in working groups, that can be done separately by individual departments, according to how the local council is organized. But it can always be used one way or another. After filling in the questionnaire, then you have the results, and the idea is to be able to create an action plan for time use policies for the local council. It's pretty simple and straightforward. But we've heard more than once that it's all very well to talk about time use policies for larger towns, but for really small ones, well, they just don't have the time. So the idea is to decide which policies are a priority and then get started. We firmly believe that there's no need to start with everything all at once. It's best to choose something small that will make sense to the local population. After all, the purpose of what we do is to improve life for our citizens or residents. And that is the measure of our impact. This is a workshop, so we are going to carry out a brief exercise and diagnosis amongst those of us who are here. I have listed citizen targeting policies here, not the ones that are inward-looking, that target officials and public employees. So here we have different kinds of policies. Gender equality and co-responsibility. I list a few examples, such as campaigns for shared responsibility, caregiving services that are proximity-based, breathing spaces, and so on and so forth. Number 2 is mobility and sustainability. It mentions urban design models that promote a proximity-based approach, the 15-minute city or just proximity at large in broader terms. We've also heard this week about regulating mobility to reduce rush hour and facilitate commuting, and so on and so forth. Then we have business time organization, not within the council, but outside of it. Obviously, working hours are usually regulated on a central level or regulated by collective bargaining agreements. And so, the good practices that we've identified at the local government level involve promotion of good practices at workplaces in the town. I mean, we'll hear some specific examples, but anyway, it's a promotion of teleworking and so on and so forth. Education. Usually, local councils are not directly responsible for education, but there are a lot of interesting initiatives regarding education, well, extracurricular education, after-school education. So we can talk about what kind of services are offered to children and how we care for them once school is over. That was also mentioned earlier. Opening up schools outside of school hours is one possibility. Polychronism, I believe, was a term suggested, meaning that the space can be used for different kinds of activities and so on and so forth. Next is nighttime policies, mentioned explicitly and also implicitly. We have practices such as the night chief officer or night mayor or whatever we want to call it, and then a series of cogent policies that help us reconsider what our night looks like. Number 6 is democracy and citizen services. The idea is to give citizens better access to municipal services and to participation in democratic procedures. Partly, through the very scheduling of activities and public events or meetings with associations and so on and so forth. Number 7, leisure, culture, and associations. This is again about when we do things, when we schedule things, especially culture. There are certain cultural events that have traditional hours that we seldom dare to touch, and maybe we have to consider doing that differently. And then lastly, we have awareness raising. We have, assessing how to govern all this. So there would be the appointment of a time chief officer to oversee time policies. And there would also be, awareness raising campaigns to disseminate results and findings and so on and so forth. And of course, this person should have access to every department in the local council in order to really make this a cross-cutting approach. This classification has an element of arbitrariness, and there could be a lot of added groups and subgroups and so on. But we feel that maybe small councils might find this helpful in terms of getting started implementing these kinds of policies. Since there aren't very many of us here this afternoon, and since I'm seeing quite a few faces from local and regional governments, I'd just like us to have a short hand-raising exercise, because many governments have time use policies that they're not aware of. So I'll just read out the different items, and if you're not working for a local council, then maybe think of your town, of your own local council or your own town or village, and try to figure out whether it has that kind of policy. So first, gender equality and co-responsibility. Raise your hand if you think such policies are carried out in your local council. I don't see many. Julienne, tell Marina. I'm not seeing a lot of raised hands. Show of hands, please. 10. Let's make that 12. Mobility and sustainability policies. Proximity, managing rush hour. At least those of you who work in the same city, who live in the same city, should all raise your hands. Business time organization. 4. Education policies in terms of expanding space for education. I see there's plenty of success on that front. Okay, great. Nighttime policies. I'm talking about a consistent or a coherent set of rules. Oh, so-so, huh? There's still room for improvement, huh? Okay. Democracy and citizen services. For instance, digitizing municipal services. That one's also so-so. Leisure, culture, and association life. Modifying hours for events to be more inclusive. Okay. And then more governance-related approaches. If you have a unit specifically allocated to time use policies or some kind of awareness raising space, there's even less of that, right? Well, these are interesting findings. I really felt that we would find more in the field of gender. This is an absolutely not representative sample here in this room, so I apologize to statisticians, but it looks as though amongst those, the towns represented here, education seems to be the area that has been more successful, and followed by gender, mobility, and culture. So, my take home here is that what we presented yesterday, the plan for the local plans for time use policies and the creation of a nighttime officer and so on and so forth, it is something that really needs to be tackled to go beyond the individual policy level and come up with an overarching plan for this purpose. Now, you work for the local council, for the city council in Barcelona. What do you think of this list? What do you think we should start working on hardest in Barcelona? Well, some of my colleagues raised their hands for everything. I didn't. This classification is similar to our own classification of time use policies. Obviously, there's always room for improvement. It's also important to raise awareness of the fact that this is an omnipresent dimension, that it's cross-cutting. So you have departments or areas focusing on individual aspects, but then it's also important to have somebody with the cross-cutting perspective, so that any kind of policy that's designed is analyzed from a time use perspective. Something we and other towns have encountered is the fact that sometimes we're implementing time use policies without realizing it. I was also struck by the fact that education topped the list. Perhaps we're more aware of this particular dimension, but it's a good idea for time use to be kept in mind overall. Okay, there will be time for questions at the end, but now, in order to take this theoretical level down to the ground, we have asked the city of Barcelona to come and share with us how they managed to make their time use policies cross-cutting. So I'll give you the floor if it's okay with you. Okay. Yes, we have to switch the slides.
Bé, quan ens vau proposar aquest espai, just
When we were offered this time slot, we thought we would talk about time as a social policy. We thought we would talk to you about the Time Compact or the Time Pact and the NUST network, just to explain what Barcelona has done. I don't want to tell you about everything in Barcelona City Council, but it's been quite a few years since Barcelona started talking about time use policies. Barcelona was, in fact, among the first, if not the first, city in Spain to create a council portfolio for the uses of time. And you can see different landmark decisions. We were the first world time capital. So while there's plenty of room for improvement, there's also plenty that other smaller towns could work with and follow in our footsteps. It's very important to have a dialogue and a cooperation with all social agents. That's really important. The city has its own role to play, but then you have the population and also businesses and associations. And we have to be constantly supporting the local productive fabric, the local business fabric, because we need to promote structural change, and this can only be done by listening to others. And that is why Barcelona came to pioneer innovative and participatory policies. So we continue to operate within this space in response to the situation as it evolves. Just because we've been working for over 20 years doesn't mean we can stop working, because everything evolves as life itself evolves. So you are aware of the Time Compact and the NUST network. These are two key initiatives that help promote a more efficient, fair, and sustainable organization of time both in the sphere of work and in the social sphere. They both seek to address the real needs of people in terms of the demands posed by modern living in a city such as Barcelona, which is always on the move, always a high energy place. So we find that these two particular spaces are key areas for us to put our ear on the ground and be aware of the key needs. The Time Compact was created quite a few years ago. It was meant to be sustainable. We can now tell you that there are over 300 organizations that have signed on. So we're not working there on our own. We're working with organizations and bodies. And what we're doing there is trying to ensure a use of time that improves, that enhances quality of life and reinforces productivity and collective well-being. The process followed there is based on consensus and cooperation amongst all participants. It's also a chance for the local government to leave its own spaces and enter the spaces of organizations and companies. So we tried to achieve active participation from all members. Following the same lines as Ariadna described for self-assessment, we identified 7 axes, 7 main lines of work. First, time and health. It's about respecting circadian rhythms and biological clocks. Then we have, time and care. We have to learn values. Time and education. We're learning about values, values surrounding time, but also bringing on board enhancements to school spaces, for instance, protecting the area immediately around schools, which is something Barcelona City Council is doing. When you know your child is in a school that is a safe place, that is in a safe area, that also gives you peace of mind. Then we have time and care. Obviously, we have to bear in mind all of the time used for care of self and care of others. We all are entitled to this kind of time. Next, we have time and participation. As Ariadna mentioned, we need spaces where we can listen, put our ear to the ground, and actually do it. Then we have time and work. We will have some time, times devoted specifically to the NUS network. Then we have, we all know that we tend to organize our life around our working hours. Local governments, as Ariadna pointed out, are limited in what they can do about this, but there are things we can do, as you will see, through the NUS network. Time and services to citizens. That's about what kinds of services we're offering to citizens, so that, in particular, they have to devote less time to bureaucratic red tape involving the local government. And then we have time and sustainable cities, placing mobility at the center, the 15-minute city, and so on and so forth, so that we all have everything we need nearby, so that we have a lower impact on the city and on life.
So in this sense, the Time Compact has these 7 axes or main trunks, and then we have these 4 branches here. On one hand, everything has to do with public policies that are promoted by the council. This is our part here. As a council, we have to commit more and more to these issues and then make sure that our policies take it into account. It may be a more specific manner, just thinking about time, or including time as a cross-cutting axis in other policies. Then there are actions carried out by our member organizations, so these 300 organizations I mentioned before, and there's also a place to collect best practices and coordinate the actions carried out by others. So that's going outside what we do ourselves and reach out to others. And then another thing that's really important for us and for our Time Compact is the exchange of knowledge, best practices amongst public institutions. We're here a whole series of organizations, other entities also, so that we can mirror ourselves and others, and so that we all work along the same lines. So obviously, we're a public administration, but also with other organizations. And then another aspect, which is a big challenge, which is citizen awareness. Marta already spoke about this at the beginning. In the end, when we talk about time, citizens at first do not really understand the issue, but however, everyone has their own problems with time, and that's something we all agree on. So, to explain what your council, what your municipality, and what other organizations, and what you yourself can do about this, all this has to do with citizen awareness. So, time is to be considered a dimension of social justice, and also, of course, take into account time poverty. And now, if we look towards our own organization, this council this year has already carried out more than 75 activities, taking into account time. This is the second year that we publish this report. It's available on our website. You also have outside some little dossiers explaining about it, but you have the link there. So we have public policies for time in 2022. We also have 2023, and we'll also have the report for 2024 soon. And on the website, you can access all the information about different actions, who's behind them, specific data. And it's also interesting to be able to collect all this information and analyze it. That's what we'll do at the council. And then, as we said, our Time Compact has a promoting group with over 20 organizations and that focus the work. So between of them, we think about what strategies have to be applied, what issues are out there, what are the concerns of the different organizations regarding the use of time. So we have meetings with the core group, and we have working meetings, but we also have our annual meeting of entities. In this year, it'll be in December in the Science neighborhood. Last year, we talked about the time poverty, and we published a dossier which you have access to later about time poverty. But this year, we'll be focusing on Chronos cities, and this is an event at which we even go beyond listening and sharing, and we look at specific practices, specific cases, always trying to search for inspiration and to collect ideas. And on our website, in the page for time use, there is a list of these 300 organizations and what they're doing, and it's a way of making them visible also, showing all these entities that are committed to the better use of time. So it explains what they do, they make it visible, they collect information, we exchange information, and this is always up to date on our website and accessible to all. Now, something really important, like I say, this is a place for debate and exchange of information, as we said, but at the same time we offer training sessions and specific events. So we are asked for instance, this session on the 19th of June, how to guarantee digital disconnection in our companies. So we had all the different stakeholders involved here, trade unions and so on. And not just that we debate about this topic, but we also have small contributions of knowledge. We design tools and we create this real debate with organizations and other entities. When it comes to awareness raising and the creation of knowledge, this is what the Council of Barcelona also wants to do. We want to offer different tools, for example, a whole series of dossiers and studies on the use of time, for example, circadian rhythms, time and consumption. These are just examples. I think we already have published 19. You can download them. If you want a paper copy, you can also get a hard copy. So as I say, and the latest one we added to that was for time poverty. So it's a way of generating knowledge and disseminating it. Then on the other hand, we also have a quarterly bulletin called Barcelona Alhora, Barcelona on Time. If you subscribe, well, I always have to have their little pitch for our bulletin because Lou's here with us. And then if you access our website, you also see, apart from all this information, we like offering a news section to be up to date, and so that we serve as a benchmark for others, and we can provide in that news section what is being done. And then another thing that we have when it comes to creation of knowledge and awareness raising, and this is still a huge challenge, that's why we'll be working more on that this year. Another aspect that we're looking at is those public spheres that are often left outside our debate, but there's always a demand for it. For example, children and time, and for instance, the use of screens that we already heard about. And along the lines of our Compact for Time and the Time Use Week, this week, if the weather allows and there's no rain, we will have an activity. It's a game, a family game. It's free in a square, Plaza de las Glorias. And we will be playing this game called The Mystery of Lost Time, to see where we lose time, what role the screens play, and so that we can incorporate children in part of our reflection on the use of time and somehow the results that we see in public policies. So apart from that, as we said before, one of the aspects is time at work. And right back in 2006, we already created the NUST network of companies, which is specifically focused on time. It's part of the Time Compact. And as Adriana said before, of course, when it comes to organizing time at work, this is our part within the council, but there's also, of course, what companies do and how the town council or city council can coordinate with these companies. And this network, NUST, is still active. There are over 150 companies, organizations that that are part of it, and they generate the opinion about the impact and benefits of time policies and how we manage them. We try to foster a better organization of time at work, take into account personal necessities and, of course, competitiveness and productivity that's so important for companies, and to attain real change in order to ensure work-life balance and also the effectiveness when it comes to the use of time, to identify best practices and models that serve as a benchmark and offer experience and knowledge. So we act as a facilitator, but we listen to see what they want, what they need, what the companies do in everyday lives, and always trying to foster change. And in this sense, what does this network do, the KNUST? There is also a core team. There's 150 companies in all, but there is a core team there. We meet on a regular basis. The last meeting was not very long ago, where we share and exchange opinions. We reflect upon the situation, see what's happening in different sectors. It's really interesting because there's local companies, but from many, many different fields, sectors, and there is common ground, but a lot of differences also. So we try to look at both similarities and differences. And tomorrow we will have a presentation of some of the companies from our network, and they act as ambassadors. These are like whenever the city council has an event, we ask them to come in and explain what they're doing, what works for them, what is lacking, so what needs are still outstanding. And then we have the little training sessions again. For instance, if there is a change, something that's very successful at the time, how to implement teleworking, remote working at the time, in different types of sectors and companies of different situations. So when when the new Act on use of time comes into force and how that's going to work, we'll offer training on that also. We also have a yearly meeting, usually focusing on a specific topic, and we're bringing experts to talk about it, and we also listen there. And we also like very much to accompany the companies as the City Council. So these 150 companies all have a space on our website with their name, with their logo. It's a way of acknowledging what they're doing, and it serves as inspiration for the companies. We offer the basic information about the company and also what actions are being put in place. So I think this is something that we have to do so that the information goes even further, and also so companies themselves can both become visible themselves and also shine light on what they're doing. And then, you also have information outside on this other project of all the projects we're doing, but I like this one very much, which is a service that we offer, a consultancy service for equality and time organization. We do this together with Barcelona Activa, with our office for companies. Is tailor-made, is made prepared by experts, people from different sectors. We offer free consultations so that companies can implement the best practices. You can ask for it via website, and all kinds of organizations have participated, and we heard from all the companies that they need information, but then they also need information about how to implement the measures, and that's why we offer this service, in order to hold their hands during those initial steps when it comes to implementing time policies. And if you want to stay in touch, you have our website, barcelona.cat/usesdeltemps, and once again, our quarterly bulletin and newsletter. It's really interesting. Please subscribe. And of course, our emails here if there's anything you should need.
També dir-vos pel públic internacional.
And also for our international guests, I'd like to say that I don't have everything on our website, but most of the things on our website is in English also. You can find it in English. Good. I love the case of the Barcelona City Council, because not only are they carrying out these activities at a horizontal manner within the council, but also taking it beyond the council. And now we have a bit of time left over before we end the session to hear questions or any comments, because the idea was to have a more workshop sort of format for the session. So if there's anyone who wishes to say anything, we have a question over here.
Si vols...
So thank you very much. I'm Julien from Strasbourg. I have more of a comment, unless that's something you have in mind and would be able to bring me some answers to that. But I feel that when you see time policies as a transversal challenge, and when you want to have the upper levels of the administration tackling this issue and this perspective, the more you think about it, the more you must think about the other challenges that we have that must also use a transversal perspective. Because if you don't do that, right now in Strasbourg, we have so many team leaders who have to put we say put glasses, gender glasses to look at the issues, and then geographic glasses, and then climate glasses, and so time glasses, and at some point there's not so many glasses you can put on your face without becoming crazy and have a too heavy workload. And so I feel that the challenge that we have to go further is to implement some new way of designing public policies that's not only about time, but on all those challenges that we face in cities. I was thinking about the public lights that we are working on right now, and this guy is handling public lights. It's switching it off and on. He has so many things to think about already, but we want him to take into account women's issues and inclusion and night policies and night animals, because we want them to be able to be more of them, and bikes, because we want people to be able to bike. So if we don't take into account his perspective, which is to have one material affair to deal with, and put together some kind of new methodology to take into account all of those aspects, I think there's, in Strasbourg, we are at a point where time policies are not going as fast as we want, because we've put so many efforts into gender matters and geographic and social affairs and climate. So time cannot be over the top of his workload. And I think that there's a challenge for us and this network and other network to work together to define a new way of designing public policies. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Bueno, soc Vicent Borràs del...
I'm Vicente Borràs from the Autonomous University of Barcelona, and I just have some comments because I would not like to shine the spotlight on you right now, but as Ines already commented, when it comes to time studies and working with the council and research, I've been doing that since 1996, so we are delighted with all the work that's been carried out, and we like the contact between the political level and the academic world. But I feel very frustrated because there is already enough knowledge accumulated that shows that if you leave work earlier, that means you have co-responsibility between men and women. And if you have to stay on weekends, that has an impact on certain parts of societies, especially ethnic minorities, women, of course, and so on. And so all these different hats that we are wearing as for time policies, I think there are 4 that go against the policies that we actually have. Last Sunday, for example, all shops were open. We've gone from just 4 Sundays a year where shops are open to 20 now. So how's that going to fit in with life and work balance and sustainability? What if you have shops that are open? That favors consumerism. So we just seem to be going round and round in circles for over 20 circles now, and then all of a sudden we have policies that go completely against the grain of all other scientific evidence. So it's as if people are just taking the mickey out of you, because you have these ideas, these policies, and then you walk out the street and think, well, what's going on here? We have all the shops open on the weekend, on a Sunday, and it's all female workers, of course. So, and this just goes against all the hard work we've done for years and years. And, well, maybe you should pass this on to other politicians and say, well, what does this mean? We're doing all this work, and then when we alter these other laws, how is that going to impact what we're doing? Because we have to say companies have to have certain policies and so on, but if then we have the large department stores open, such as a Corte Inglés, well, of course, all the other shops nearby also have to open on a weekend and late at night. And how's that going to impact? So if I'm a worker, a female worker at one of these places, well, obviously, I wouldn't be very happy about this situation. Well, I really can't add much to what has been said. As I said, that's not my responsibility. I think that the only thing that we can do is continue bit by bit trying to prove these things. But very often, as you said, the administration can only go as far, and there's some things that we may not be able to have an impact on. So I know it's frustrating to do this work, but it does help with some things. For example, we have the new Act on Use of Time, but of course we can't do some things which you can't do. So And of course, we have the issue of different powers of competences in one place here. And then going back to what Julien was saying, yes, it's true that we have to take many different approaches or views to this, and these are complex situations, and there are many different parts to it, and we still haven't managed to find out how to make all these parts fit in between the administration, also within the administration itself, in order to ensure, as we suggested, that we, with one policy where we're just wearing our productivity glasses, or maybe our climate change glasses, or gender glasses, or our time glasses, and then in turn see that we're not having a negative impact on one of the other spheres. And I do believe that we have not managed to solve this completely yet. In some areas, because we have more examples, we've been working more, it's easier, and it's easier to find the solutions. But in other cases, we have to go outside of our usual way of working, and it's a bit more difficult.
Question that you were like to add to this discussion, but I don't think there is a matter of glasses. It's a matter first of awareness and political priorities. No, when we have a new government, we have new priorities, and I think that it's a matter to, first of all, to make understand to our politicians that this is a priority and why, and which benefits this will bring, and then to explain to the staff that you are working inside of a city council that that's a priority line, no? And in terms of time policies, because of course if you put too many glasses you will not see anything, right? So I would say it's a terms of priority, and on the other side, that's why yesterday we were talking about the figure of time chief officer. It doesn't mean that a person just can be a time chief officer. Maybe it's half part-time equality office and the other part-time gender office or mobility and equality. But there needs to be someone inside of the political administration that concentrates and coordinates the views on time. And every time that you do an intervention, as the one that you were saying, let's discuss it with the person, the director that has the responsibilities of time. I think that that's better than asking all the administration to put glasses of time, because not everybody will be able to do that. We need to generate training to them, we need to generate awareness, but it needs to be one person that is coordinating these policies, that has this policy view as a priority. Otherwise, I will think that it will not work. And in Barcelona, I think that you mentioned, no, that there is 77, I saw? 75 time policies per year, no? Which is a lot. But of course, there are still some areas that are not aligned, no, with these priorities. So I think that what you are saying, no, that you are generating awareness so these decisions can be reversed. But there are 75 decisions that go in the direction that you want to go. So I think that that's good news.
Any other final question? If not, it's almost time. Okay. Doncs, si us sembla, ho deixem.
Okay, so we'll leave it here for now. So we'll bring the last session for today to an end here, the last one at least here in this hall. I'll invite the members of the local regional network, because we didn't before.
I will invite the members of the local and regional governments network that are here to go outside on the photo call we have, and we take a picture as network because we forgot on the assembly. We were hungry. So thank you all for being here, for listening to us. And brief reminder, And I change back to Catalan.
So, a brief reminder, tomorrow we will be in the BIS Barcelona room. We'll be spending a day on social and productive sectors in Catalan society. So I'll invite all of you from Catalonia to come to this meeting. I think it'll be really interesting, and we will be focusing more on what we've already heard here and what has been done, especially work on working hours. So those of you who come here tomorrow, see you tomorrow, and if not, have a good trip back. Safe travels.